Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great one out there. A little bit cloudy, got some rain coming. That's all right. Grass needs it. Everything's cool. Middle of the summer. Gotta love it. What a action-packed we have for you again today. As if yesterday wasn't enough with all of our Sixers activities, and we thank them once again for all their cooperation. But today, on the schedule, it looks like we have a Flyers press conference to introduce Matvei Michkov at 11 o'clock, so we're going to carry that for you. Also, Eagles are on the practice field right now. When they are done, Jalen Hurts is scheduled to talk. Everybody loves to hear from the quarterback, especially on the first day of school. So he's going to come out and talk. We will also carry that. So just some programming notes for you as we have a fun-filled day, all set middays for you today, and it wouldn't be any more fun. It can't be any more fun than when I have Ray Dunn as a co-host. How are you, Ray?
I'm doing great, Bob. What a 24, 48 hours for us here.
Yep, a lot of fun, a lot of moving, a lot of shaking. That's what we like to do, keep the people informed, keep them happy, let them answer the questions of all the questions you have, whether it be Sixers, Flyers, Phillies, Eagles. So that's where we are. We got Josh Safran producing today. How are we, Josh?
Fantastic. We got 4 sports relevant in the middle of July.
Yeah, you got to love it, right? I have to say, I don't like to call people out on the air too much.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to search for the right word. I was a little upset, could be, this morning. So Josh walked in the door. It took, I would say, a full 2 seconds for him to smile this morning. I really was. I was upset. I was like, oh, no. Am I seeing Josh in his first bad mood? But it turns out it came. It's all right. Everything's cool. We got positive Josh back. Breath of fresh air you are, and I mean that in a sincere way. Like, I love that you are so happy every day and ready to rock and roll, which is what we are going to do today, rocking and rolling, but we can't start until we get through the front page.
Now, the front page. The stories everyone's talking about. 97.5, The Fanatic.
Your Philadelphia Phillies, yes, they're back. They scored 3 in the 9th inning, which in a game that I thought was a great game. I do love pitching duels. They scored 3 in the 9th, as I said, to win 3-0 over the Twins last night. Zach Wheeler, he comes back. It was funny, you asked Amy yesterday, what do you need? Give me 7 strong. That's all, just 7 strong. Okay, Amy, here you go. Bam, here's 7 innings, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts. 107 pitches. Were you a little surprised at that, Ray?
A little bit. Didn't think he was going to go that far, and you could tell the way I felt yesterday about it, so I'm glad that it went the way that it did.
Yeah, it did, and I was a little surprised also. I was texting in a group text last night with some old coworkers about what was going on, and I think we were all agreeing like, ooh, really, throwing him back out there, and then it climbed to 107, but all went well. Part of it, and we talked about this yesterday, I think we all knew that he was going to be a little overamped coming into the game. It took him 18 pitches to get the first 2 outs. A lot of foul balls. He was just firing and getting the ball over the plate, almost like he was trying to find his groove, and that's kind of why the pitch count went up there. Game-winning RBI in the 9th, a sacrifice fly by Brandon Marsh, which scored a run, but then Nick Castellanos comes up, and he drives in 2 with a double, in which the group text, while he was at bat, and I'll show it to you, I said, he gets a double here. And sure enough, he did, although I said a gapper.
Beautiful piece of hitting there.
You got a guy throwing over 100 miles an hour, and you just go the opposite way. Just go with what he gives you. That's what Castellanos did. You want to talk about beautiful hitting? Let's talk about his past 7 games. 8 for 27, 5 doubles, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. Listen to this. In April, he hit 183, Castellanos. In May, 229. In June, 276. And so far in July, 266. So he's kind of getting to become that 260, 270 hitter that we wanted. Doubles. He's a doubles hitter in my book. He's not a home run hitter. When he came over, when he was with Cincinnati, always looked at him as a doubles hitter. He looks like he's kind of finding a groove. Had some neat things to say after the game that not worried about himself. He's not really, he's pretty much on top of everything. So he's feeling good there, and that's a bat that obviously you need. Hoffman, Soto, Strahm, they finished it out. They used Strahm as the closer last night. Oh, look at that. Another left-handed closer. I think there's closers galore in that bullpen, but we'll see what happens come trade deadline. One other thing about Zach Wheeler, 2 earned runs or fewer in 16 of his 20 starts. He's just a machine. Somebody, who was I? Oh, I was texting with a former college basketball coach in this city that you adore. We were texting last night, and we just described Wheeler as a machine. Machine is like the word that we use to describe him. So the Phillies, they go at 110 today, so you can turn that on your TV, keep the sound down, keep listening to us. Aaron Nola versus the Twins bullpen. They're going with a bullpen game today. They're going to throw a lot of people out there, so hopefully the Phillies take advantage of that. They're off tomorrow. Then come Friday, they're going to throw Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're going to throw Sanchez, Phillips, and Suarez at the Cleveland Guardians, who come in for 3. And then right after that, on Monday, the Yankees, the dreaded New York Yankees, are in here for 3 more. Phillies hold that. You know what? I started to write this sentence down, and I didn't finish it, Ray. You know why? Because Josh interrupted me about something and, whatever. Phillies still hold a 9-game lead over the Atlanta Braves, who were rained out last night. Phillies stand at 64-37, a 634 winning percentage. Your Eagles, well, they are on the field as we speak. Cooper DeJean, we found out yesterday, the rookie is out for 3 weeks with a hamstring that he tweaked during pre-minicamp workouts by himself. Nothing team-related, and that was, said over and over again.
He was caught in an awkward position.
Yes.
While training. I'm just saying, it's an awkward phrasing of whatever happened to him.
Awkward that he was in an awkward position.
Yeah,
but
while training.
Everything's awkward here. As we said, Jalen Hurts is going to speak after practice. You heard from Nick Sirianni and from Howie Roseman just a couple of minutes ago. They spoke before practice, so we'll have some reaction to that, obviously. Sixers, what a great day we had yesterday in talking to Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, Nick Nurse, Daryl Morey. Really good day down there. Very much a business-like atmosphere. We'll probably revisit some of what they had to say yesterday. We'll look at that today. It's funny. It's a downtime for the organization. Talking to a lot of people behind the scenes as I was doing. Once yesterday got done, a lot of people were taking a deep breath and just, this is the kind of time off for Nori. I know when I was covering team after yesterday, it's like all right, man, I'll see you in about a month. And so I was talking to somebody. I said, Nick Nurse said he's going over to Paris for the Olympics, see Joel. He goes, the guy goes, that's where the game is. I said, what do you mean? He goes, wherever there's a game, he's going to find it. That's just the game he's going to watch now. So obviously Nick Nurse very much in tune with his big man going over to see him. On the national front, Coco Gauff, tennis player, as we all know, she's going to be the female flag bearer Friday in the opening ceremony. LeBron James is the male. She's the female. We threw some names out there. Someone said Simone Biles should be it. Coco Gauff, apparently the Tokyo Olympics, she was primed to go to and playing really good tennis. She got COVID and couldn't go. So good on the the Americans to, point her out, because I think they vote on it. They do a vote, and she was voted for that. And I just saw also Salt Lake City, Utah, has been named the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics. You ever been out in Salt Lake City?
Nope.
Oh, beautiful. I love it out there. I've been out there in the winter. I've been out there in the summer. It is absolutely beautiful.
I'll take your word for it.
And just some more word here off of Eagles practices. They're out there. From Jeff McClain, Landon Dickerson is not practicing with a toe laceration. Hopefully he didn't sustain that in the slip and slide that he had in his backyard for everybody. You never know. Did he trip over a hose? Oh, I think we need to look into it. Brett Toth will not practice today with a hamstring. Uh-oh. Okay. So there we are. We're all updated on the Eagles practice and everything else we have going on. Okay, so the one of the big talking points going on, and I haven't made a big deal of it because, look, it's just me. I've been around a lot of press conferences, as we all have. Some things you deem pretty important. Others, some other things, some people may, and you may not. I didn't take it all that seriously when Jalen Hurts, a couple months ago or whatever, a month ago, was asked about Nick Sirianni, the offense, and he just said, I don't have an answer as far as, what is Nick Sirianni doing and all that stuff, and and how do you see him in his kind of new role with Kellen Moore here and all. And, some like the morning show had a big talking point of it that Jalen Hurts didn't have his back, Nick Sirianni's back. I didn't take it all that big. Like, I don't mind that some people just aren't other people's cup of tea. Let's put it that way. Do you have to work together? Do you have to get the job done? Absolutely. I don't think there's any question that they don't know that. Of course, Nick Sirianni knows that he has to work well with Jalen Hurts and vice versa. I don't think the two of them are going out and getting a soda and a hamburger after practice together. I don't care. I don't mind that at all. But it was the first question that was asked to Nick Sirianni today about the relationship that he has with Jalen Hurts, and here was his reply.
Only thing you can judge your relationships on is your personal interactions with people, not any report that comes out. And, Jalen and I's relationship is good. It's, again, you just can judge it based off of what your personal interactions are. And so when you hear a report like that, you don't put much stock into it because, quite frankly, not everybody sees that. So I'm so excited for him and I to get into our fourth year together. We've done some pretty special things, and I'm really excited for him. He's worked so hard at his game. I'm excited for him to be able to get back out here today and have a good practice today. And, just looking forward to continuing to work with him and continue to build on the special things that we've done.
Fine with me. I'm really not going to dive in. Oh, he said the relationship was good. He didn't say it was great. He said, I don't care. Like, I think Nick Sirianni might do one of the, hey, we're planting the seed, and when you plant the seed, you have to watch it grow. And while he's saying it, he looks at Jalen Hurts, and Jalen Hurts' eyes are up in the back of his head going, oh, my God, this guy's talking about seeds. So what? So what? They're not, I don't need them to be best of friends. I don't need them to be calling each other. I don't need them to be jumping up and down, hugging each other. Just work together. That appears what they're doing. Nick Sirianni doesn't have that big of a say in what Jalen Hurts does, as we all know. That's fine. I don't make too big of a deal. You could be totally different, right? What do you say on it?
I'm not making it a massive deal. I just will tell you that I don't think that answer solved anything for me. Like, it was a good PR answer of saying it's good. It was a report refuter. Like that's what that was. Like, hey, don't believe everything you hear. When we see each other, it's good. It's fine. We both work in the same place. We have a good relationship.
Well, the funny thing is, what stuck out to me, and that you say it like that, it wasn't a report. It was reaction to what your quarterback said.
Well, I think he's looking at it as it's probably
the McClain report that they're
or McClain
okay.
or the other reports, because this is obviously obviously something that's happening there. That's the other thing is I keep reflecting on the conversation we had about Hurts, the answer and all and everything that happened back then. Like, if Hurts had just said, "Oh yeah, it's great," and then we got like 2 months of reports where like they're still working on their relationship and things aren't great, we'd be like, "All right, well he lied to us.
He's a liar."
So they obviously have something to work on, and I think that was evident from the end of last season. Evident from the fact that someone that was very close to Hurts no longer works with the team, and Hurts probably sees that as a direct result of the things that Sirianni did last season, and. This was also something that comes at, I think, when they followed up with this or maybe with the next question about this that was posed in the presser, where he mentioned he wasn't in the quarterback room all the time and pivoted to talk about his relationships with other people.
Right.
This is his crutch to answer this question. His crutch is that he's working on relationships with everyone because it's early right now in the season. Like, and that's fine. I don't think they need to be like, all mended up and best friends from day one. I just need them to be on the same page when we get to September.
Football.
Like when we get to Brazil, when they get off that plane in Sao Paulo and they're like, all right, game 1. I don't need them to be like, let's go to a Brazilian steakhouse together and break bread and have ourselves a nice Thursday night before Friday night football. But I need them to be on the same page about what's going to happen Friday night. That's basically where I'm at with them, because I think it's justifiable that their relationship's not in a good place right now. The way last season ended, and obviously the number of people that are no longer here that went into last season, things were not good there.
Right.
Things were not good there. And it's nice of him to say good. I'll be honest with you. I kind of expected that he was going to be like, he was going to go over the top in the, like, oh, Jalen, he's such a great, fill in the blank, all these things. The way he does for just about anyone. Like, today they was talking up Moro, Jomo, and one of the other defensive tackles going through the interior defensive line. Like, he likes to talk up guys. I kind of thought that was the angle he was going to take. The angle he took here was just like, hey, whatever report's out there, not true. We're good when we see each other. I'm not going to fully believe that that they're on the best of terms, but ultimately, I'm not going to sit here and think it's a season ender right now.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, somebody comes to you and says, and this is just an example. Somebody comes to you, like you're out somewhere and they know that you work here. Oh, yeah, you work with that Cooney guy. What's he like? You could very well say, like, oh, he's fine to work with. Like, he's not my cup of tea as a person, but, fine to work. I have no problem with that. Like, you get your job done. You go in, you do the job. I think Jalen Hurts is looking to do the best he can be because he wants to be the best quarterback in the league. I think Nick Sirianni wants to be the best coach he can be. He wants his team to be the best because he wants to hold on to this job. You work together. Okay, that's fine. I don't need you holding hands walking down the hallway. That I totally understand that. I've been around enough athletes, and you have too, Ray. We all have, that there's going to be some athletes you look at and go, yeah, they'd never hang with me.
Yeah.
I don't think Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts are going to be hanging out in the same place together. And I don't need that. And I don't care. And whether it's hugs and kisses when they see each other or it's just a fist pound, I don't care. I don't. When it comes to football, yeah, you better be on the same page. And I think they're going to try their hardest to be that because that's what's best for the football team.
And the messaging. I think that's the other thing that people look at. And this was something that McClain actually said yesterday with Kincade Salciunas that, like, hey, don't forget, like, we also put out the report that Hurts has been working on his leadership and that there's been he has shown growth in that area this offseason of, like, hey, I'm going to reach out my hand to go out and work with Saquon Barkley, work with Johnny Wilson, work with fill in the blank, Philadelphia Eagle, like being more around guys when that was something that came out from last season. As long as there's no, misstep in the messaging along from Sirianni to Hurts to the rest of the team, that's the only world where I'm like, ooh, okay, is that a possibility? But I'm not going to pretend like I got the direct line in there of like, oh, is Hurts, we're in the first day of practice.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I get annoyed with, like, trying to read into where the relationship's at, because I think the relationship justifiably is not in a good place. I don't think you go through what you went through at the end of last season in a good spot.
I feel like Delilah. We're talking relationships and how they should be. And if you're hurt by your coach or your quarterback, call us at 610-632-0975, and maybe we can play you a song that'll help heal your wounds. Oh, my God. I don't care about – and here we have talked about it. I just don't. I've seen, and we all have, and I'm not talking about me at all, but we've all seen players and coaches that don't. I've had players come up to me saying how much they can't stand the coach. But you never – if I would have grabbed the fan from the stands and say, pick one of these 12 players on the bench that told me yesterday he can't stand the coach, they might go 0 for 11, 0 for 12. It's not a big thing to me. Just work together. That's all you need to do. Now, yes, it can't interfere with the work. If that does, that's a problem. And that's where maybe a Howie Roseman has to step in, or a player or somebody like that.
But to me, you don't care. I care, but I think at the point where we are right now, I think it's justifiable to say that they need to work on it. Like, I can't just magically wish it to work out. There's definitely going to be a disconnect after everything that happened. Like, I'm sorry. I can't just assume that they would be on the same page. After the way what last year went, after everything that happened, after the fact that you dismissed an offensive coordinator that was close with your quarterback and all of those things, I can't just assume that, oh, yeah, magically everything's going to be nice and they're going to play nice.
Same page you said? I don't think they're even in the same book as far as having to be on the same page. Like, what does Nick Sirianni do? As far as I can tell, Jalen Hurts goes in, and he and Kellen Moore and the offense all get together and all that stuff. And if Nick Sirianni pops his head in, or if he watches practice and says, hey, on that one play that we ran where AJ's, we're throwing it out to AJ, let's wait until he plants that left foot and gets the corner on his hip before we make the throw. Or let's try to make it then. I saw that you threw it when he made 2 steps. Let's do that. Okay, bye. See you guys. I don't know what page. I don't know if they're physically in the same book, so they don't have to be on the same page.
Just get me to September with the two of them. Like that. That's when
I don't think they're going to kill each other.
Well, that's what I mean. But that's basically where I want this training camp to go, where it's like you can come in here with a little bit of tension, because I would assume there to be. I would assume with what happened there would be. That's why, to me, it's not a problem yet.
Yeah,
It
okay.
can become one. It can absolutely become one.
Yeah.
But if I like to try and put myself in the shoes of the person where I'm saying the way they should think. If I'm Jalen Hurts and everything went down the way last year it did, I could see his frustration.
Sure.
Absolutely see his frustration with it. And I could see the world where, they try and ask you to get something good, nice to say about him, and you're working for it, and, in that moment, you just didn't have much. You didn't have much for him. Okay, that happened. It happened over a month ago. We're now in training camp. Now he's got to go out there.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see them obviously be on the same page, be in the same place. But I can't tell you it's not justifiable the way he felt.
No, I agree. So Delilah and Dunn here when we, but yeah. So we'll get more into what Nick Sirianni had to say. Also, don't forget the Matvey Michkov press conference with Danny Briere is going to be at 11. We are going to air that when Eagles practice gets over, and if they probably were a little late getting on the field. Believe that, Ray? You think they were a little late getting on the field? Maybe.
All right. Yeah. Seriously. Sorry.
Here we go. I shouldn't open this can of worms.
It was a presser at 9:40 that went to 9:30 that went to 9 o'clock that went to 9:15 that was with the head coach and then with the general manager.
And it started at 9:22.
And day one, I heard Andrew saying it. I almost barged right into the studio just to talk with Andrew and talk it out because we had.
Nothing gets him going more than a late press conference
It's
by the Eagles.
ridiculous.
So we have a lot going on there today. When we get back, I want to talk a little bit about that Phillies win last night because we talked about emotions yesterday and what was going on. Did you take a deep breath? Did you need to take a deep breath? Was it just a normal game in your sights? We'll take a look at that and a whole lot more. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. 10:30ish here, middays. Glad to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Got a lot going on today, as we told you. Flyers press conference at 11. Matvei Michkov might be this guy that, you look at and say, that's what changed this organization. So Danny Briere is going to introduce him today. We're going to carry that at 11. The Eagles are on the practice field down at NovaCare right now. When they are done, Jalen Hurts is going to speak. We will go to that as soon as he hits the podium. If we have to interrupt Flyers, we apologize, whatever, but we're going to make that all work out. At 1 o'clock, Paul Hudrick is going to join us to talk a little 76ers, as we had a lot going on there yesterday and his outlook on it. But right now, Ray, last night, you needed it.
Badly.
I was just going to say, I don't know how badly, and you interrupted me and said badly.
Badly.
They had lost 5 of 7, right? And so it's like, and I was the one that said it, so I'm not saying others. There's a valley right now. There's peaks and valleys in 162, and this is a valley. Then they win last night, and it's like, well, they've won 2 out of 3. So that's just what baseball is. But badly, you say. Why? Two things I want you to answer. Why badly, and what was so great about it that makes you feel good today?
What was so great to begin that game was the fact that I saw Wheeler go 7 strong.
Okay.
That was wonderful.
Did you think that was going to happen after 18 pitches to get the first 2 outs?
No, I did not. Honestly, going into last night, I had said, I don't need, ace-level stuff, but I'd love to see him go 5 or 6 without, losing any steam. And the fact that he went 7 dominant again, hey, I'll take it. That's amazing. So I was very happy to see that. That kind of eased my concerns there. But I realized something last night. My mindset had shifted in just a little bit over what the last week had done to me, because there was a tweet put out by the Cog and Toboggan saying that it was unreal that Soto didn't walk in a run and Bohm didn't boot that short hop. And I quote tweeted with it appears the baseball gods want to paint us in a less obvious way this evening. And I had literally typed out, is this things beginning to break the way of the Phillies again? And I was like, that's too positive right now. I was like, I'll be honest, I'm not feeling that way. I was feeling like somehow, some way that 9th inning was going to hurt me. And I needed that little, I needed to be shamed a little bit. I needed to be shamed for my poor
For your own
poor
well-being
attitude.
also. Yes.
Yeah, my poor attitude. Because it's been a frustrating week of baseball for me. I'll be honest with you. I have not enjoyed it. Going back to that fake baseball game they played against the A's. And then the weekend.
You're not going to acknowledge that was a real game.
No, it's not a real game.
wasn't.
Come on. It's not a real game. Garrett Stubbs
A flag
allowed 5
football
runs.
game, yeah, exactly.
Come on. But then that weekend in Pittsburgh, Monday night was just after the first inning, watching them hit.
Well, Friday night was the most aggravating for me of the week. For me, it was. And I told the story before for those in here. I was in the car when they put Hoffman in the 8th inning against the Pirates Friday night, and I started screaming. My wife got mad at me, and I'm like, if this means they're putting Alvarado in the 9th, when we all knew he was struggling, yeah, you're back from the All-Star break, all that, but I wouldn't have put him in a high-leverage situation. I just wouldn't. And he did, and they lost the game. That game ticked me off more than anything.
I just,
week.
Saturday and Monday were like, oh, can one of you please hit the baseball for crying out loud? Please do something. When baseball is dragging for me, that's when you know that it's frustrating. If I'm sitting there oh, really? Are we not doing anything again this inning? That's when you know I've had a little bit too much of what they're doing.
Through 7 innings last night, neither the Minnesota Twins or your Philadelphia Phillies sent more than 4 guys to the plate. That's why.
Good job, Wheeler.
The Phillies didn't have a hit after the 2nd inning the night before. So, Tom McCarthy says on the air last night, it's been about, 16 and a half innings since the Phillies have scored a run. And you're like, oh, no. And then they come through in the 9th. And, you mentioned the short hop. Bohm, Stott, all made really good plays last night. I love to see that defensively when you need it, that it's there. And it came to me, and you were saying baseball gods and all. I was thinking of that last night too, and then I said to myself, and I was texting with a lot of people, so maybe this came up also. Nah, maybe they're just a good baseball team.
I think last night, honestly, it should be the interpretation that I first thought of, was that things might just begin to break their way again. Ultimately, I don't know how Soto comes in and allows a walk like he does, gets 3-1, and then that short hop is fielded by Bohm cleanly, and they get out of that inning.
Yeah.
If we ran the numbers on that one, if I found the analytics nerd
You are
out
a
there,
Hurt fan.
but if I ran the analytics nerd out there and was like, hey, buddy, could you run this probability for me 1,000 times? I think like 980 times that is not a clean inning. Like, that is not an inning you get out of without a run,
Yeah.
without allowing a run. And that's baseball. Sometimes things break your way, sometimes they don't. The fact that they start to break back the Phillies' way here, I'll take it.
Yeah. And look, if we're talking peaks and valleys, and, like in your words, they're starting to break the Phillies' way again. Man, that was a quick trip to the Valley, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I mean, a real quick trip. That's okay. Like a couple games before the All-Star break, you come out about 500 after, and now, maybe things break. You get hopefully another win today. Then you come home, and they're going to be laser focused. You got the Cleveland Guardians coming in, followed by the New York Yankees. That's going to be really cool. Wheeler, we're hitting that little stretch here. He's not going on 5 days rest the next one. It's 6 days rest. So, we're going to start to see this little added, whether it's 6-man rotation, whether it's days off here and there, we're going to start to see how it handled. When they started out with Ranger Suarez, 80 to 85 pitches in his first start, it was, okay, they're looking that way. And then they throw Wheeler out there after some back spasms, and they go 107. Oh, they're looking the other way. So it'll be interesting to see how Rob Thompson handles this moving forward.
You mentioned that with the days off, and that's something that might be what pushes away a 6-man rotation. Just thinking about that, because you mentioned that, and I meant to go into this, I think, earlier today before the show, but the number of times they have a day off, they've got one between New York and going out to Seattle. I think they have
one this month. They have one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Also,
so
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have that one, and then they play what I think is 6 games, and then with another day off, they go through that stretch, and then they have a day off coming back from the West Coast. So they have 10 straight games, but then they have a day off coming back from the West Coast. So it's might break out for them where they don't have to break this out. I don't know if the late August they start playing like a crazy consecutive day streak. Maybe they'll do it for a couple weeks, but it definitely eases the concern of guys getting outs and the number of innings that they have to cover. Because if you're thinking about them playing 21 straight days,
right,
then I would start thinking about how are they going to manage that. But right now, looking good.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, against the Guardians, they're going to throw Christopher Sanchez on Friday, and then it's going to be Tyler Phillips on Saturday and Ranger Suarez on Sunday. So, if you're looking at, okay, no Nola, no Wheeler, are the Guardians kind of escaping a little something? Maybe, but guess what? They're going to throw them against the Yankees. So it's just a good pitching staff. It's a lot of fun, and Tyler Phillips hopefully continues doing what he's doing. I'll tell you what, stuff aside, I just like the makeup of the guy. I really do. I just think he has a Major League Baseball mentality. I said it in his first outing, and I didn't know why, but it did. It stuck out to me, and I couldn't help but tell you the next day on that Monday, I see something in that kid. There just seems to be a pretty good mentality when it comes to him. So 1 o'clock game today for the Phillies. You can turn it on your TV, but just keep the sound down. Listen to us, and we'll go through it all together. So I'm a little surprised that you say you needed it badly last night. Is this team so good that those valleys have to be, or you expect them to be that quick, or do you not expect valleys at all?
It was really Wheeler.
Okay.
Wheeler is what, and I think I verbalized this one using even the word scared yesterday of I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. I was kind of itching for my Wheeler fix. I needed it, and I needed it to be good, and it was. And I think that was what I needed pretty badly, but I'll be honest. You go 16 innings where I don't see you score a run. By the time I got to the end of last game, I had a little bit of loser's fatigue. I was like, you guys got to give me something. I'm sorry. I'm expecting a little bit more of a payoff with the team that...
You guys...
You got to quit carrying on with this not hitting the baseball stuff.
I have learned from you, and I saw it again this morning, you have a quick temper. There are certain things, it's like a fight. And Josh, you may know better because you are very good friends with Ray and have known him longer than I have. But, man, there is some stuff that just gets you. And I don't even know if you realize, I can see in you. Well, this morning it was the press conference. And it was. Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you. I can see it in, your, the way you carry yourself. It doesn't even have to be your words. I can see when you're starting to get agitated.
And with the presser today, I was.
Yes, and if Philly's not hitting, I can imagine you were probably pacing back and forth in front of your television last night a little bit.
I mean, Josh, you saw it last night. I was getting a little annoyed in here.
Oh, yeah, we were doing the whole, I'm going to go home and mope now. You know, we were getting ready for a loss.
I believe if you pull the tapes from last night, I did say I thought we were going to be talking about them staving off a sweep.
That's called a loser mentality, and I need both of you to get rid of it when it comes to the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, when we get back, we told you Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman both spoke to the media this morning. We're going to hit some of the highlights of that press conference when we get back. Also, we're going to be joining Flyers press conference at 11 o'clock as they are introducing Matvei Michkov today. So we'll get to all of that and a whole lot more here. Middays, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back. 10:49 here at the Fanatic. So glad you're with us today on this Wednesday, hump day for a lot of people. A lot of things going on. Flyers press conference coming up at 11 o'clock as we're going to carry that as they introduce Matvei Michkov. Give me that stat you just gave me about the Phillies. This is pretty cool because Ray said earlier he needed a win badly last night and then broke it down into he needed to see Zach Wheeler pitch well. Tell us the stat you read to me.
Yeah, this is courtesy of Scott Lauber. Phillies have won 26 consecutive games when the starter goes 7 innings, the second longest streak in baseball history.
Interesting.
Amazing.
In baseball history.
Baseball,
yeah,
you know how long that sport's been around?
A long time. Longer than almost as long as I've been around. Yeah. So we're right there. I think I was born the year before the first game.
Oh, nice.
Back in the 1850, whatever it was.
Something like that. Yeah. No, but I remember the side column you wrote the first day the Phillies played a game back when they were the Quakers. That was an incredible one. I did enjoy that piece.
Yes, it was, Sonny. You should have seen it. All right, you gave me some things about Eagles practices that different reporters that are there have tweeted out. So just real quick, give the people kind of what's going on there. Nothing major, but just interesting.
It's interesting, yeah. So grabbing a couple of different reporters down there right now. Tyler Steen at right guard, like they said during the press conference. He's getting the first shot there. Dickerson not practicing today with the toe laceration. Mekhi Becton at left guard to start out. The first linebacker duo. Bob, we've got it.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Should
baby.
we do it? Do we have a drum roll that we can go, Josh?
Oh, man. The first linebacker duo of this training camp is Zach Bond and Devin White.
Oh, Nakobe's taking it all in right now.
Can't believe Zach Bond's the first name.
Yeah.
Still. Isaiah Rodgers is at cornerback opposite of Darius Slay. And then your third wide receiver, Paris Campbell, and Avonte Maddox at the slot. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not reading too much into the cornerback thing. For day one, but I imagine that it'll be Quinyon Mitchell supplanting him at some point.
Yeah, and on that subject, yesterday we found out about the first injury for your Philadelphia Eagles, and it came when Cooper DeJean was found to be in an awkward position before training camp ever started.
While training, Bob, to be clear.
I could say I'm training right now. You know, what do you do to train? I don't know. Why are you getting yourself in awkward positions like that? I don't know. But Nick Sirianni had this to say about Cooper DeJean today.
Well, obviously it sets him back, right, to not be out here the first 3 weeks. But we were excited about him when we drafted him. We were excited about the things that he did during OTAs and the offseason work, and we're still excited about him. He's going to have to take his mental. He's going to have to get a lot of mental reps these next couple weeks that he'll be out rehabbing that injury, and he'll do that. I'm confident in the person that he'll do that. He's going to have to work hard at that, and then make some, and then be able to come back when it's his time to come back, when that injury's healed itself up, and then get those physical reps. I'm really confident that he'll do that though, because we've spent so much time on the person as well as the player, and excited about that he'll do that. What he needs to do in the classroom.
Mental reps, man. You got to get those mental reps in. I just saw John and Andrew going back and forth. I knew they're doing some promotional things. So before Andrew leaves the building, I want to play this for him over again. And Josh, it's going to be Sirianni number 9 because there's just some things that Nick Sirianni can't get out of his press conferences. I thought this was very valuable, and I know Andrew is going to love this also. Hit it, Josh.
Obviously, the way you come out here and I'm gonna be coaching guys up, right? And that's what's fun. You're gonna be able to go but I feel like I've been doing that since even though I was only with the offense, and I wouldn't say only with the offense, it's just I'm just looking forward to getting out here and coaching guys up, and it doesn't matter what position, whether it's Paris Campbell or whether it's Rick Lovato or I don't have a ton of great coaching points for the long snapper. That's not
Who
my
walks by next will be the next name called out.
or whoever it is. But I'm just looking forward to getting back out there, coaching guys up, and then getting in the film room and kind of living out our core values.
Core values, there it is, Andrew. I played that just for you because we all know how much we love the core values Interesting, though, honestly, because a subject has been made of what exactly do you do here? And he brings up the name of the third wide receiver, the long snapper. Yeah, I'm going to kind of hit on those guys and let them know. Is that him saying, yeah, I'm a CEO without him saying I'm a CEO here?
Oh, yeah, that's him saying that. But why? Is it like a bet? Does he have a bet with someone of like, hey, how many times can I work core values into it? There's no need for that answer. There's no need for it. It's like he's got a beer bet going with his buddy. Every time he says core values, he gets a beer from his buddy. That's the only way I can explain it. It's horrible.
I think he does it for Andrew Salciunas. Because Andrew can walk around. I think he goes to Cooper and says, Cooper, core values, and Cooper just rips them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. There they are, Dad. And then core value. He's all core valued up. Good for you, Andrew.
I'm going to get him a T-shirt with all 5 of them.
Yeah.
First game.
We should. The pharmacist. Coop. He's the man. So, all right, when we get back, we are going to have Flyers press conferences. They introduce Matvei Michkov today. So we'll get to that. Jalen Hurts is also going to speak when he gets off the football field after their first practice today. So we'll have all that coming up for you. I'm Bob Cooney. This is Middays, 97.5 The Fanatic. right, welcome back. Without further delay, we are going to go to the Flyers press conference introducing Matvei Michkov.
Danny, maybe can you just take us into what it was like getting Matvei here over the past couple of weeks? I gotta imagine it was kind of a long journey, long process.
Yeah, we started hearing rumblings after the season that there was a possibility of it happening. We talked to his representatives, his agents, and just to help us understanding what was going on. They did most of the work, and it was definitely exciting to more when we realized that there was a strong possibility that it could happen. But it was definitely a long wait. When we drafted him last year, we never thought this would happen. Part of the reason why he fell to us, because he would have gone a lot earlier. We knew that. We felt we were in a position to be able to wait the 3 years for him to come. So to have this opportunity, it is amazing. To get him early at 19 years old, to learn, under a coach like Torts and the coaching staff that we have, I think it's a great opportunity for him and for us to have him early.
Some people have called him the savior of this team. Do you embrace that label, or do you dismiss it and not really think about that?
Некоторые люди называют тебя, то, что ты эту команду подтянешь, выведешь, сохранишь. Ты чувствуешь себя, то, что это к тебе относится, или ты просто играть приехал?
Нет, у меня всегда была задача по жизни это выигрывать, и я сделаю все возможное, чтобы помочь команде добиться как можно больше побед и кубков.
The main idea that always was to win, drive to win, and he's here to help the team to win.
Просто играть это не для меня. Моя задача всегда выигрывать.
Just to play, not his style, and he's here to win.
Matvei, how much contact did you have with the Flyers during the past season when you were in Sochi? And what do you have to do you think, to get ready, acclimate yourself to NHL hockey? What parts of your game do you want to maybe change or improve upon?
Как часто у тебя был контакт с Флайерсами, когда ты играл в Сочи? И что ты думаешь по поводу адаптации в НХЛ? Что ты считаешь, что тебе нужно поменять в твоей игре?
Да, конечно, довольно-таки часто созванивались, списывались. Флайерс следил за моей игрой, подсказывал мне нюансы, которые стоит исправить, чтобы лучшая адаптация пришла тогда, когда я приеду сюда. И сегодня второй день здесь, и все пытаюсь прийти в себя после долгих перелетов, но, слава богу, сегодня уже полегче. Сегодня покатался, потренировался и чувствую себя отлично.
Flyers was in contact a lot, not just on the phone, the text message and etc. So they was watching him play and tell him what he can do different in the game while he's in Sochi. For the second question is, it's the second day. It was a very long flight day, travel day for him. He was on the ice today. He feels better, and he will get better and better.
Danny, the flip side of the question of he's the savior of the organization. Your role now is that to temper expectations so people don't put too much on the shoulders of a 19-year-old.
Yeah, we don't see him as a savior. That's certainly not what we're putting on his shoulder. He's 19 years old. He's coming in to learn, to expand his game, and obviously we hope that the sky's the limit for him. But certainly not. We're not expecting him to be the savior of this team. We're building a team that's going to have many pieces to work together, and we're hoping that he becomes one of them.
Danny, what's this moment like for you? I mean, he fell to 7. You had the chance to take him. You had the expectation that he wouldn't be here for 3 years, but he's here a year after. What's for you? What's this moment like?
I expect it, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty amazing. When we drafted him, we had no expectation of him coming in until his contract was done. Like I said earlier, that's the reason why he fell, because he would have gone, in the top probably 2 or 3 at the most. So it's a great break for us, for the organization, to have him early, to have him at 19. I know I've said this a few times before, but the chance for him to learn under Torts, we all know that he's gifted offensively, very, very talented, but he's going to have the chance to learn under Torts, to play the other side of the ice as well, and that gets me excited. That he's going to get that base early on. I think it's just going to make him better for the rest of his career.
This one's for Matvei. I think it's undeniable that Philadelphia sports fans, Flyers fans, are extremely excited. You see it on social media, you see it when you talk to fans, but how aware are you of how excited they are, or do you kind of just tune all that out?
Нельзя говорить, что ты не видел, не слышал, как фанаты относятся к твоему приезду сюда. Насколько ты видел это, или ты читаешь это, как ты к этому относишься?
Да, это нереальная поддержка, в первую очередь, фанатов Flyers. Очень круто, что так любят хоккей, и очень тепло меня встретили, очень благодарен им, и надеюсь, не надеюсь, а уверен в том, что они будут приходить также на матчи, поддерживать нашу команду, но от нас самая главная задача — это показывать наилучший хоккей и выигрывать каждый матч, на который они будут приходить. Это та задача, над которой нам нужно работать сейчас.
It's unreal how the fans react and how welcome he felt here coming in. At the same time, the main idea right now is getting ready and show the hockey, really good hockey for the fans, and play the best game they can play.
Matvei, have you spoken to John Tortorella yet, or exchanged texts with him? And what's the exchange been like?
Ты разговаривал с Джоном уже? Или по текстам, или просто разговаривал?
Честно говоря, мы еще не виделись, но я с нетерпением жду нашей встречи. Очень хотел бы, чтобы она произошла в скором времени.
Truthfully, he did not met him yet, but he is waiting, and he wants to meet with the coach.
Matvei, I remember at the draft last summer, you remembered your dad and said your dad always wanted you to play in the NHL and get drafted. Just how special is this moment where he's realizing his NHL dream? I imagine he's been thinking about his draft.
Он помнит, когда ты на драфте был, ты говорил, что твой папа хотел всегда, чтобы ты играл в НХЛ. Как ты себя чувствуешь, то, что вот сейчас это происходит? Папа был бы доволен, счастлив?
Пока что я еще не понимаю, как себя чувствую, но как во сне, как будто бы, это еще не верится в это, то, что я здесь сейчас. Но со временем, думаю, пройдет эта акклиматизация, и буду чувствовать себя очень хорошо и уверенно. Я думаю, что папа гордился бы мной, но хотелось бы выиграть в честь него и Кубок Стэнли, и все трофеи, которые возможны.
It's not settled yet. He does feel real. It feels like a dream. He's still kind of just coming in yet as of right now. But he thinks the father would be really proud, and he wants to help the team and win with the team Stanley Cup and all cups possible.
Сыграть в НХЛ может каждый, а выиграть единица.
Playing in NHL can be doing a lot of guys, but winning not a lot.
Danny, with regards to Matvei kind of getting used to a new country, a new organization, what are the Flyers doing to make that process as seamless as possible for him?
Yeah, I mean it's never easy what he's going through. I was telling him yesterday that when I was 19, I came to the U.S. I didn't speak English. Also, and the hockey terms helped me navigate and learn the language, because you can understand the terms, and then that's how you learn to make sentences, and eventually you start to get the jokes. I had a hard time with that as well too. But the culture is totally different coming from Canada to the U.S. versus coming from Russia. So it's not going to be easy for him. What do we try to do? We start with a tutor That's the first thing that we're going to try to help them with. Obviously, re-signing Zamula, bringing in Fedotov at the end of last season. Those are guys that hopefully will be able to help them. But we also have a pretty tight locker room. Guys like Nick Delorier and Garnet Hathaway, just to start with those two guys, Eric Johnson, that are great veterans that understand, that have been around a long time, and make sure that he fits in, and they're going to help him out. They're going to go out of their way to make that. And that's why having good veterans is a key when you bring young guys, out of their kind of comfort is really important. So those are little things, and everything we're going to find or be able to help them along the way, we're going to try to do our best.
I think you said on the Anthony Organa show this morning that Mate's mom and little brother are coming over.
Yeah, as far as we know, like eventually, in a month and a half, that's the plan. Plans can always go sideways, but I think that's the plan eventually. So it'd be good to have his mom and his little brother with him. That's also something that's going to help him a lot.
Matvey, when did you maybe learn that this was possible? How long ago did you learn that you could potentially come over here, and how I guess how frustrating or how smooth was the process for you to get here?
Когда ты узнал, что ты сюда можешь приехать, и насколько процесс был комфортный, некомфортный от приезда?
Процесс был тяжелый, да, долгий, но он меня не касался никак. Этим занимались мои представители и представители Flyers СК, клубы между собой договаривались. Я в этом процессе никак не участвовал. Я просто продолжал тренироваться и готовиться ко всему, что бы то ни было. И, к счастью для меня, сложилось так, что я сейчас здесь, я очень счастлив, и спасибо руководству Flyers и болельщикам, которые меня ждали. Я очень рад здесь находиться сейчас с вами.
Process was long, but it was not. He was not involved in it. Between SKA and Flyers, there was a negotiation, and the process was not in any ways was taking him out. His main thing was getting ready for come over and play here, and что ты еще сказал в конце?
То, что я рад здесь находиться, то, что спасибо.
Very happy to be here. Thanks for the fans, and looking forward to play here.
Players such as Eric Johnson said they've been in contact with you on Instagram messages. Have you talked to anybody else on this current team through social media or just communication, any type of way?
Игроки, как Эрик Джонсон, с тобой сконтактировали на social media. Ты с кем-нибудь еще из игроков был в контакте?
Да, конечно, и с Эриком был в контакте, и с русскими ребятами, с Ваней Федотовым, с Егором Замулой. Еще писали ребята, капитан команды писал, и очень тепло меня встретили, я очень рад, и я отвечу всем таким же теплом к ним, и очень благодарен ребятам. Надеюсь, что в дальнейшем познакомимся с ними вживую и будем еще ближе друг к другу.
A lot of guys was in contact. Ivan, Igor, the captain of the team, reached out. He was thankful. He's thankful for a warm welcome. Looking forward to meet everybody personally, and looking forward to the great season.
We also we also showed him a video of his a fight between Nick and in a Rangers game last year. We told him it's his new best friend coming in soon.
How much English does he know now, and how comforting is it to have a couple Russians on the team with him to help him navigate the language?
Насколько ты знаешь английский на данный момент, и насколько это хорошо, насколько ты считаешь, поможет что несколько русских на команде?
Да, конечно, люди, которые знают русский язык, и они находятся рядом, это всегда приятно, в помощь мне идет в данный момент, потому что сейчас второй день в Филадельфии, и с языковым барьером немного трудностей, но я стараюсь с каждым днем все больше и больше понимать, что мне говорят, и надеюсь скоро, что и отвечать тоже буду по-английски.
It's really comfortable to have somebody that speaks native languages on the team, but he's every day getting more and more English, so hopefully soon he will be able not just listen, but reply, answer.
Do a few more questions. Matt, you came off the plane with the Phillies hat. How long have you had that hat, and whose idea was that?
Ты приехал в кепке из Филли кепка. Как долго-то она у тебя находится, и чья идея была это?
Да, идея общая была, да. Все знают то, что здесь есть бейсбольная хорошая, лучшая команда, поэтому с удовольствием бы в ближайшее время сходил на нее и познакомился там с игроками, с командой. Мне интересно всегда было, как это люди находятся и как работают в другом виде спорта, поэтому будем болеть за эту команду бейсбольную.
Idea was the mutual idea. Everybody come up with that. He knows there's a baseball team at Philadelphia, one of the best, and he's want to go meet with the players, watch the game, and just he knows there's one of the best teams here.
Favorite player?
Favorite player? Я забыл.
He don't remember the favorite player.
Danny, you talked about the importance of coaching and whatnot, but obviously there's a language gap there in terms of the coaches, John Figueroa and whatnot. How are you guys going to make that work logistically? Like, are you going to have a translator around? Do you believe that that's not going to be an issue because of the universality of hockey terminology, things like that?
Yeah, from my own personal experience with that, it'll take a couple months for him to feel more and more comfortable. The hockey terms are very similar. I'm not worried about that, especially with him being here, right, 2 months early. He's going to feel more and more comfortable. And with torts, sometimes words are not necessarily have to be spoken. So I'm really not worried. I think by the time training camp starts and his regular season starts, he'll feel comfortable and it won't be an issue.
Danny, your roster really didn't change all that much from the end of last season. Just from a pure hockey standpoint, from a skill standpoint, what can he add to the group?
Another level of skill. A few things have changed, but for me, it's the growth, internal growth. Our younger guys are getting a year older, a little bit more mature. So to add a player of his talent level is just hopefully eventually going to make us a better team, and that's why where we're at in our timeline, it's kind of a good timing to bring him in and expose him to our style of play.
Matt, for you, what do you hope to bring to the lineup on a nightly basis?
Что ты думаешь, ты добавишь в команде на играх на каждый день?
Я надеюсь, что добавлю прежде всего молодую кровь, голов, что все от меня ждут. Хочу каждую игру побеждать и буду делать все возможное для победы команды. Что мне скажут делать, то я буду делать. Я буду делать большой объем работы, чтобы команда выиграла. И тут большие надежды возлагают мне и фанаты. Я не могу как-то плохо подготовиться к сезону, к руководству мне, я думаю, что доверяю, да, так тепло встретили меня. Я должен ответить максимальностью своей стороны и всем тем же самым, что дают мне в данный момент. И будем выигрывать.
Okay. First of all, bring the young blood to the team. Put the goals on the scoreboard. Help the team win night after night, so the fans can be coming and enjoying the games more and more, and help the team basically to win the whole thing.
Last one.
Have you set any goals for your rookie year, like as far as goals, points, that type of thing?
Ты какую-нибудь себе задачу, план какой-нибудь на первый год по голам, по ассистентам, что-нибудь у тебя что-нибудь в планах есть в голове?
Да, в планах, конечно, есть, но, думаю, первая задача – это чтобы команда попала в плей-офф и забралась как можно выше по турнирной таблице. Вот, а свои личные цели есть в голове, но они всегда как бы есть были, будут, но это в себе, во мне как бы, я не готов говорить об этом.
The first plan for the team to make the playoffs and get in the playoffs. For him personal plans, he will keep it to himself. They are there, but he will keep them to himself.
Но задача самая высокая.
The go all the way.
Thanks, everyone. Danny, Matvey, if I could have you down here for that.
All right, there you have it. Matvey Michkov, Danny Briere. Slava Kuznetsov. That was the translator. They were all there. We were having some fun with it. I learned, here's what I learned. Text in Russia is text. Briere didn't know English, despite growing up just northwest of Burlington, Vermont. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Danny Briere didn't know English. Hasn't met John Tortorella yet. That's interesting. I mean, he just got here yesterday. Yeah. Tortorella could be on vacation or whatever. Like what Danny Briere said, he's not the savior. We're not looking at him as such. We're looking for him to become one of the guys. He was already on the ice today. That's pretty impressive. And I like the way they said it. Oh, he's okay now. Like, it was a long flight yesterday. Just got in yesterday. But he got on the ice this morning, so he's okay. So it is an exciting time. A 19-year-old Matvei Michkov. I love the way Briere handled it, especially the part. He's not here to be the savior. He's here to be one of the guys. Okay, but he's going to be the savior. That's just the way we have to look at it. All right, we're going to take a break here because when we get back, we are anticipating Jalen Hurts taking the podium. I have to remind you also that the 10 o'clock hour was brought to you by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows, plus no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. All right, we get back. We'll have Jalen Hurts at the podium for you. That and a whole lot more. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back, as we are all press conferenced up today. As we had, YouTube guys, no, I do not have an account. People ask me if I'm one of the people on YouTube. I do not. In all honesty, love reading your stuff, but I do not contribute. I am not Ray Tings. We heard from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman this morning, so we'll get to that a little bit more. Just now, we heard from Matvei Michkov, Danny Briere, talking about him coming over, some good things there that we'll go back over. And also, we are waiting on Jalen Hurts. He is going to take the podium. Some of the other players have gotten there now, Darius Slay and A.J. Brown, I believe. But we're going to wait on Jalen Hurts. I think the quarterback is the guy most want to hear from. So we'll wait on that. But I did, just to go over that Flyers press conference a little bit. We had a lot of fun with it behind the scenes here. But I really am impressed with Danny Briere. I ever since he's taken this thing over, it's been I know what's going on here. I think he sees the layout, what the fans expect, what the fans wanted. Embracing a rebuild. I love that. And just the way he's look, we're not looking at him as a savior. No, just looking at him as being one of the guys. I think he's handled things really, he and Keith Jones have handled things really well since they've taken over this organization.
I mean, this was an incredible roll of the dice.
Yeah, it was.
The idea that he was going to be here, and I wrote down that, Briere used the word amazing and also said no expectation when it came to him being here this soon. Like, they rolled the dice of pretty much, at some point we're going to be able to get this guy. Eventually he's going to come over to America. He is, and I know they're not going to put the savior label on him, but he is the most intriguing Flyers prospects that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And the idea that they got him at 7, the fact they got him at 7, that he dropped, and all those wonderful things for them, it was a roll of the dice pick for them, and it was a roll of the dice right at the beginning, pretty much. Like, hey, we're here, we're going to take this big swing, and this could set us back years, especially when you look at the way everything went with Gauthier. Like, after that happens, it's like, okay, you don't end up with him, you need someone to be frontline talent. This is it, right here. You took the gamble. If it didn't work out with him, especially after Gauthier, you're looking at yourself like, wow, the cupboard's really bare for what is going to be top-line, front-line talent for this group. Right now, this has to be a home. If I'm Danny Briere, I'm walking out of that press conference, I might not even be walking out of the press conference. I might have it right underneath the little table there, just a bottle of champagne and pop it for the fact that he's here.
One of the things that Briere said that I thought was pretty cool, we didn't expect it. It was a great break for us to have him at 19. That's not just like, oh, we're great to have him. That means we get to form him the way an NHL player is formed. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that the KHL, I'm not going to act like I know, but maybe there's a style of play or something over there that really doesn't translate to the NHL. Danny Briere, we're so glad to have him at 19. The kid's 19 years old. No talk of anything of getting them ready. It's just, get to training camp, get there, and let them become one of the guys. Absolutely love that. A lot of babble will be going on probably for the next, few weeks and stuff like that. But, I just thought all good there. This is pretty cool. He seems to be excited, the kid does, through his translator. So
yeah, it seemed like they're putting a lot on hey, we've got veterans in here. And I think that's something, you covered a rebuilding team. And, they put a lot of stock in, hey, the veterans are going to show you what the league is. And I know you've got stories of I'm a veteran leader, I'm just here to do my thing. So I'm hoping that the Flyers, in terms of the veterans they've gotten, obviously they bring back Johnson. They have thoughts on all these different guys to lead the way, that they are going to show him the ways of the league and, contribute to him. Hey, you're 19, you're just getting in here. Let's show you kind of how to do this.
Yeah, and in Zamula and in Fedotov, 2 other Russians around. How about that? You never would have, not in my day. No way. You never thought Bobby Clark would. He was never bringing in a Russian. And here we are with 3 Russians on the team. So a lot of excitement for Matvei Michkov. So we were glad we could bring you that press conference as we do get him over here on American soil. The other press conference we listened to earlier today was Nick Sirianni took the dais with Howie Roseman. And one of the things that Nick Sirianni was asked about, and I found kind of interesting, was, it was actually Howie Roseman. He was asked about the third wide receiver competition. And if there's one thing that concerns me about this offense right now, it is depth. The stars are there. There's really not much behind them, and this is what Howie had to say on that.
Really excited to get out here and see the candidates that we have. We brought in guys that we think have talent and the ability to contribute for us, but to sit here and say like that's not something we're going to be watching every day and seeing who step up and how the chemistry is with Jalen, it's important, and I think that you look at it throughout the league, that position's an important position. We brought in guys in free agency. We drafted a couple of guys, and I think it's something that we're going to be watching, among other things, daily and see who steps up.
Yeah, see who steps up. That's going to be a key. And Paris Campbell's somebody that has been mentioned, and he was running the number 3 today. Was that right?
He was the wide receiver 3.
Okay, so we'll see how that all plays out. I've brought this up before. My favorite thing about coaches is you're going to have guys that come in here and they implement what they want to do. It always bothers me a little bit. Like, okay, but do you have the personnel to do it? I love coaches that come in and say, if you ask them the question, hey, it's your first year here, what are you thinking of running? I love when I get the answer of, I don't know, I haven't seen my talent yet. I got to look at them first, then I'll decide. Nick Sirianni kind of had that answer today when he was asked about practices, because 2 years ago, everybody loved it that he hardly practiced and they went to the Super Bowl. Last year, although you started out 10-1, there was a lot of not great football there. So he answered about how he's going to change that this year.
Yeah, obviously this first week is going to be, there's an acclimation period that everybody has to go through, week in, week out, but particularly that first week. You'll see some different things, but again, that's so fluid. Like, you're always constantly, like, to this morning, I added 10, 12 plays to practice. I'm like, hey, we felt good yesterday. Guys came back in great shape. You know what? I want to work a situational period today that's going to add a couple plays. I want to work a conditioning period today that's going to add a couple plays. But that changes based off of how the day is and how you think the guys are. That's just something that's completely fluid. You'll see a lot of the same things, and there'll be obviously differences. Everything was evaluated last year from last year. And again, don't want to belabor and talk about, we've answered all the questions from last year. We've talked about that. But the things that we learned from, right, every practice length, practice schedule, schemes, everything's been evaluated, and everything that we felt like needed to be tweaked has been tweaked.
Good. Love to hear that. I mean, anytime that you take a deep look into yourself, into your team, and you say, yeah, that might have not have worked well, to get away from the stubbornness of what you're used to doing and saying, I'm going to make some changes. That's always good to see. All right, we got Jalen Hurts approaching the podium right now, so we will go to that.
Yeah, let me say this first. You go through an off season. You put a lot of work in. I think all the things that we've been through last year, all the opportunity we had last year. I know everybody's hungry. Everybody's hungry. There's a ton of opportunity in front of us this year. And I'm excited to be back. Excited to go through this journey and go through this season with everyone here. From everyone. And I truly trust Mr. Leary. I trust Howie. I trust Coach Sirianni to lead us in that right direction. And I know there are different roles in place. Everybody has different responsibilities. There may be more demands from some than others. But I think to win championships, to be the team we want to be, everyone has to buy into that role, and everyone has to, be fully committed to doing their part in helping the team. And so I'm excited to go on that journey. I feel like for me as a player, as a leader, everything that we went through last year, I just feel like I'm equipped to handle whatever's to come. And so I'm excited to, forge whatever this year's supposed to be.
How did last year test your there was the report that it was incredible progress? You feel like you guys are in a good place?
Yeah, I think we're in a great place. I think anytime you have any frustration, anytime you have any adversity that you have to overcome, it's supposed to test you. And I think it's a matter of being on the same page. And I think if we were on the same page, we maybe would accomplish the things we would have. And, we didn't, but that's a learning experience. And I think it's as simple as if I made it happen, I can make it happen. And this team has made it happen before, and there's no doubt that we can make it happen again. But it takes what it takes, and it takes being together. You know, and my message to the team after we did our conditioning test, and even after our first day of practice, in which I thought was a good day of practice, but you know, talent. I've been on very talented teams. You know, my pretty much my whole career, I played around talent, and talent wins you games. It'll take you very far, but it don't last. You know, teams is what win championships, and that's what we're trying to do. You know, trying to take that next step, and so it'll be an exciting journey. I think it was a great first day, just starting out here, getting the juices flowing. Humid out here today, but it was good having the fans out there, and you know, just being able to write a new journey for us. Yeah, you know, I think, you know, I know everyone has a different opinion on that statement, but everybody's not the quarterback. So for me and in my job and what I'm asked to do, I can see those differences from my vantage point. And I've spent a lot of time with that. Spent a lot of times with that and with the receivers and tight ends and just really trying to make it my own, like I said, you know. So I think that's been a process. It's been a really good process, and it's about striving for that consistency and building that building that field we want. I think it can help. You know, I think it comes down to execution, regardless of what we're asked to do. But over the course of my career so far, I do see the importance of being able to, you know, switch things up, adjust, give a different taste, a different initial feel for things in motions, formations, and using different players in different spots. So, you know, we'll see what comes with that this year for us. But it's just a matter for us and me taking a day at a time, and everybody buying in and doing their job and pressing forward with the good intent.
Do you anticipate relation reps in the future?
I'm sorry?
Do you anticipate getting reps in the future?
I'm not sure. It's above my jurisdiction. I really haven't ever gotten reps. You know, I think it changes with the weather. You know, everything is about results. So, you know, we'll see.
I imagine the relationship with the head coach who's more involved with offense is different. As Serani had different roles in the offense before. How is managing that relationship with a head coach who's more step back, and how do you manage that going forward?
It's fine. It's talking on the things that we need to talk about together, you know. And when it comes to Kellen, I talk to the things I need to talk about with him. But I think you guys have known me well enough and have gotten a feel for me better enough to know that anything and everything that I do is for the betterment of the team, and that's trying to win. And so I think if everybody has that mentality within their role, then we'll be fine.
Jalen, Lane Johnson's in terms of leadership, organized a couple things outside of the building. Could you give a little more detail on that and what compels you to take more of that role?
Well, I think it ain't more or less just, you know, you guys see what I allow you to see. So I ain't really changed in terms of who I am. It was fun. It was fun. You know, it was fun, and it kind of happened that way naturally. But you know, I think back on last year when we're going to the wild card game, and you know, I don't have AJ. I don't have the guys that I've been playing with all year. So being able to build a connection out the gate. I didn't have that with Julio like I wanted. I didn't have that with Zacchaeus like I may have wanted last year. And so going into this year and knowing that we have youth in the receiving room and whatever happens, that I know that I've forged a relationship with them already. So if it comes up, we got some type of foundation to lean on. So that was my thought process with that. And I think it was really good. And, you know, I got a lot of confidence in those guys, Johnny, a lot of talent there. Nias, Houston kid, a lot of talent there as well. I played with his brother. And then obviously AJ, Smitty, and Dallas, and Saquon, and Paris. You know, all those guys stepping up ship. Same.
Are you ever surprised by what you say, surprised and or disappointed by what you say, the way it's interpreted once it gets out there, it doesn't bother you at all?
There's no frustration with it. It's like I said, some people don't know what they don't know, and I think that's often the case, and I can live with that.
You've spoken to us a lot. Jason Kelce retiring. How does that change your responsibilities as a line scrimmage, diagnosing where pressure's coming from, protection, and things like that?
Yeah, over the years, it's been something that I've wanted to do, but I feel like it hasn't. I mean, you have Jason Kelce, it's like just let him do it, And so I never really had the opportunity to do those things, but I think the opportunity has come. And I think it's a collaborative thing with myself and Cam, and we just have to build that relationship. I have a lot of confidence in him to do the job and be the player he is. I mean, he stepped up for us in big moments. He played hard for us last year, and he's been ready. He's ready to lead that O-line room, and I know those guys are going to lean on him.
You spoke Kelce, was that the best last year as far as?
It's been very good, but I think it comes from Stout, and how valuable he is for Kelce, myself, and how much he means to Stout, Kelce. How much Stout means to Kelce. I like to forge that type of relationship with Coach Stout because I know how smart he is, and I love to just be fed from him.
You've spoken a lot about the changes in the coordinator systems, play callers during these last 8-9 years of your life. What have you learned from those experiences as far as the quarterback's voice and what you like, what you don't, and how that offense should function?
Yeah, I think when you in that area, when you don't have the continuity that you don't have the continuity. It's been 10 different play callers at some point over the past 8 years for me. And when you don't have that, it's kind of tough to learn how to talk to someone, how to communicate, how are they receptive, how are we growing to get to the same page. But I'm looking forward to that. And I've enjoyed that process with Coach Kellen. I've enjoyed every bit of it, just talking and how he sees the game. His trust in my judgment and my instincts is very important, and just going out there and playing.
On who you are, several coaches have talked about how hard you are on yourself, and how would you describe that, your personality, how that functions as a quarterback and in this team?
Yeah, I think the guy, that gets all the attention and has all of the the pressure in a sense. You gotta be your biggest critic. Nothing really else matters. Nothing else really matters, and it's just about trying to go out there and do your job to your best abilities every day. And I do that with a passion. Express uniquely at times, but I know what's important to this team. I know what's important to this city. Most importantly, I know what's important to me, and all in that is winning.
Thanks, Joe. All right, there you have it, the Jalen Hurts press conference. A lot of things that were said there. I thought if I had to write a headline off of it, they weren't on the same page last year. Now, whether he is putting that on the head coach, whether he's putting it on himself, his teammates, whatever, to me, as someone that, you go through a press conference, you get your thoughts. To me, the coaching staff was in complete disarray last year, according to Jalen Hurts. I believe that's what Jalen Hurts thinks.
To me, it appears that wherever he wanted the offense to go and wherever it was in total opposite.
Yeah.
The phrasing of they're in a great place. He mentioned testing you with regards to last year, and then not being on the same page being a learning experience from last season. That was enough for me. So I'm glad that was the biggest thing I also looked at this of. Quite clearly, nobody was really pulling together in one way, it seemed, offensively by the end of that season.
Yeah, and look, people are going to break this down. Did he go out of his way to say everything is fine with he and Nick Sirianni? No, he didn't. And, he said everybody's hungry, excited to be back, excited to go through this with everybody. That includes Mr. Laurie, Howie Roseman, Coach Sirianni. Like, that's,
He did say
teammates.
He did say trust.
Yeah, I trust Nick Sirianni to stay out of my way.
Right.
No, I'm obviously he didn't say that.
That could be where the trust is. Because he mentioned everyone's buying into their role.
Yes.
He trusts Nick Sirianni, and he's excited for everyone to buy into their role. Maybe 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, but in my eyes, it equals 2 here.
Okay. Yeah, meaning, what's your meaning on that?
My meaning is I think that he is excited for where Sirianni is in regards to...
More excited where he is not.
Yeah.
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 I took that too. Says they're in a great place. You have to overcome adversity. He's been on talented teams, which this is, but talent takes you only so far. You need to be a team. I mean, this is all just jiving together of last year was a complete disaster. And trying to make his own consistency, wants to be consistent about the offense, wants to make it his own. Consistency is a big thing. They talked about motion. Motion could help. It'll give, a different taste, different feel of what you want to do. I'll let you give all your stuff, too. Relationship, talk when we need to talk together. It was a relationship question about he and Nick Sirianni. It's like, hey, look, when I need to talk to Coach Kellen, that's when I talk to Coach Kellen. I think he said, when I need to talk to Coach Sirianni, we will talk to Coach Sirianni. Might not be all that often. I don't think. I don't know. He's building a connection out of the gate with the wide receivers. Talked about Julio Jones being brought in the middle of the season last year. Maybe that, took a little hit because they didn't know each other all that much. He says there's not frustration. Some people about not frustration over the report of he and Nick Sirianni. He said some people don't know what they don't know, and I'm okay with it. I think that was saying, reporters, you're assuming a lot. You don't know exactly. You want to report it? I'm okay with it.
Was that more to Sirianni or was that more to the leadership? Because him acting differently and changing that. I thought, at least one of them, I thought he was addressing the leadership. Like the question was something to the effect of like, hey, you're doing all these things differently in terms of like, oh, you're spending more time around guys. And I thought he took not exception to it, but it did seem like he kind of looked at it like, I don't think you know exactly what's different and what's the same from me from a year ago.
Yeah. Okay. Just a lot there. Cam Jurgens, they brought up. He said he has confidence in him. He's ready. He's ready to lead the offensive line room. Is Cam Jurgens. So, yeah, it is. It's very good. It's going to be different. He's without Jason Kelce. He's without a Hall of Famer. Just the normalcy of that being under the center, that is going to be different. Some of your takes off of it?
Yeah, just off it. We went into the Sirianni stuff. I think a lot of what he's looking at last year, like you look at like a learning lesson. Like you don't lose in this league, you learn. And I think they've learned quite a bit.
Oh, they learned a lot at the end of the season.
So I think that's a lot of the takeaways from this of that. I also mentioned with what you said there about, you don't know what you don't know. It does seem like he's very excited for the storyline of what he was a year ago to just kind of, hey, fade to the back. Let's get on to this year. Stop talking about what I was as a leader. Stop talking about what, the back and forth there. Interesting today for both parties. They kind of tried to bottle up last year and say like that was what it was, but there wasn't a total move off of it. Like not that I expected, but I was wondering if someone was going to be like, we're leaving that in the past. Like, can we please move? No one really gave that strong of a line in the sand of like, hey, we're just on to this year. So I don't know if maybe the messaging is, hey, we talked to Brian Dawkins. We asked him what his message would be, and he was like, aren't you embarrassed? I'm wondering if maybe a little bit of that's of like, hey, we have to acknowledge last year to move on to this year instead of just totally pushing it aside. The relationship with the young receivers is interesting. He mentioned Johnny Wilson. He mentioned Anais Smith. And it was interesting. Julio Jones didn't name come up, but he also mentioned Zacchaeus, which Zacchaeus was here throughout all of last year. So I don't know if maybe he put an extra effort into seeing his receivers this year because he felt like he didn't get the proper amount of time last year, didn't get the proper amount of work in last year. Jones was the one that made sense. And he's mentioned Zacchaeus. He's like, I wish I had a little bit more time. Like, I thought you had quite a bit. So that was interesting. And then the relationship with Statland, talking about the trust in the line of scrimmage. I think that'll be our football guy storyline when we get closer to the season of like, how are they managing pre-snap and what's exactly going on there between Jurgens and Hurts. I imagine we're going to be breaking it down like a couple of guys that look at the tape on that one.
Yeah,
that's not a storyline for like narratives and relationships and all that stuff. That's going to be the storyline of like, okay, this X's and O's person thinks Jurgens is doing something different, or Hurts isn't seeing something, or Jurgens isn't seeing something. So I'm excited. That's to your point about are we understating the loss of Kelsey. That'll be, I think, a storyline as we get much closer to the start of the season.
I believe it will be. So a lot of stuff going on today. As we talked about, we had Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman press conference earlier today. The Flyers with Danny Briere, Matvei Michkov, they spoke a little bit ago. We have some reaction to that. And now Jalen Hurts just spoke. We kind of gave you the headlines of it. We'll go into it just a little bit more. Also, Phillies, Sixers, we have everything to talk about today, and we will continue to do so next. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back, 12 o'clock hour. Happy to have you with us. Also want to tell you that the 12 o'clock hour is brought to you by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. Josh gets more excited at hourly sponsors than you do.
Yeah, I'm starting to know exactly how Andrew felt every time that I produce middays. You know, just the way you look at him, the way you engage with him. I
engage with you. I look at you.
It's not the same. I see the way you look at him.
Oh, is there a little jealousy coming out here?
That's what I'm
saying. Do we have to call Delilah back and have her come back on and talk about relationships and the importance of them? Are you saying that I look at Josh differently?
Yeah. It's all right. Everybody loves backup quarterback. It's okay. Fine.
Wow.
I understand. I get it.
Do you want to have a talk? Should I leave? I don't know.
It's okay.
I need Delilah to moderate.
Yeah, Delilah and Don. Oh, boy. So a lot going on today, as we described earlier. A lot of press conferences, a lot of things to take a look at. Nick Sirianni, like early press conferences this year, to me is, you got a lot of explaining to do. Last year was a cluster bleep, and it just was. And Ray said to me when we went to break, he goes, so I got a question to ask. I'm like, what? He goes, so they really didn't go out of the way to say, like, things are kumbaya between the two. And no, not at all. That's fine. That's okay with me. I don't think they're lying to us. I'll talk to Coach Kellen when I have to. I'll talk to Coach Sirianni when I have to.
I don't think they're lying to us.
No, I didn't say that.
I know. I'm prefacing it. I don't think they're lying to us. And I actually think in terms of the way it could have gone for Jalen in today's presser, I thought that was all in all solid.
Yeah, I did too. Yes.
I thought the way you could handle it, I thought it seemed like he was pretty much, he knew what he was walking into, as much as he might try and avoid everything that's said. I'm sure that someone was like, hey, man, in case you were off the grid for the last month and a half about, Eagles talk in this town, you might want to just tap in and make sure that you kind of put this to bed a little bit. So I don't think they're lying to us, and I actually do think it was a pretty solid job by him today up there.
I did too, yeah.
With that said, I do find it very, very amusing that each time they are asked about their relationship, they pivot to mentioning other people in which they have a relationship with.
Yep.
For Sirianni, it's, I'm not in the quarterback room all the time. And then he starts talking about, his relationship with this player, this coach, that coach.
Lovato, he mentions the long snap.
Working with Lovato. Don't let him speak to Lovato. I don't want Nick Sirianni within 5 feet of Rick Lovato at any time. All right? I'll be honest with you. No way. And then with Hurts, he mentions more in his relationship there. It's just weird. I don't know if it's like the friend that you're like forced to hang out with, and you're like, oh, so like, how do you know that person? Well, I'm really good friends with this person, really good friends with that person. And we're good friends. And you kind of say it, even though that's the person, like when you get together with the group that you're like, oh, they're here again. Nice. Yeah, we'll hang out. It's not the reason I came to the party, but they're there.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what that relationship feels like right now, where it's like, oh yeah, that's the other friend that happens to be tagging along with the group.
Yeah, and I just look at it like, all right, Jalen, sum it up in one sentence. Nick Sirianni isn't my cup of tea. But we have to work together, and we're going to do the best we can to make it work.
I mean, it didn't do anything for you in terms of believing their relationship is good.
No. It's not, it's not great. And like I said, I don't need it to be.
They're working on it.
I need their football relationship to be good in order for this football team to be good in ways, whatever it has to be.
All right, let's put the whole friendship thing aside.
Okay.
Just football relationship. They're working on it.
Yes.
That's what I got out of today. They're working on it. Jalen expressed trust. He used the exact phrase trust with Sirianni and mentioned that he loves everyone in their roles. And everyone's got to adjust to their roles and everyone's got to get set. It wasn't in the same answer, but if we're starting to pull words and look and dive through a press conference, that's where I went with that. Sirianni, he mentions that the relationship is good. And, he's got...
And then went off tracks.
Which it's hard to really gauge any of his true feelings based on him going off track, because I feel like I could ask him what he wants for dinner and somehow we would end up with some story
Mount
about what he ate for breakfast and how it related to his relationship with his friends in high
Right.
school.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
he
yeah.
goes off the rails all the time. And as someone that sometimes might have that happen to himself, I can understand it. So I'm not gauging his relationship based on the way he went off the rails. I just think that ultimately today what I take away is, okay, they still are a work in progress. They're not going to say anything bad about one another, and that's a good first step.
Yeah, and then I think you made a good point that maybe, Jalen Hurts is still upset about the way things look. Like I said, the headline off of it to me was no one was on the same page last year.
Right.
That was the headline, the big headline to me. Same page, no, not even a little bit. You brought up before, hey, Jalen Hurts could still be upset that his good friend lost his job because of everyone not being on the same page last year, and maybe that does affect his relationship with Nick Sirianni. Fine. Like I said, get the football relationship out of it, what you have to, which might not be a lot at all. It seems like Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts are the offense, and Nick Sirianni's going to dip in and say, "Hey, chin strap, let's buckle that up. Don't want to get hurt."
And on top of his friend, losing his job, he was the bell of the ball.
Right, exactly.
Like Jalen Hurts, we talked about the future of the NFL last offseason. We're doing this a year ago. We were, all the lists and all the different things and endorsement money, all these things. We've had legitimate people, talking points, because I don't want to, let's say, legitimate people. We've had talking points. We've had people that have called, like, is this the dude? Is this guy going to be something in the NFL? If you feel like you weren't put in the position to succeed by that guy, and now you have to hear questions about who you are, or you have to start looking around like, hey, man, we had a lot of success.
Yeah.
I played crazy good for you 1 year. We didn't do enough. And now I got to answer questions about my place in this league and my friends out of a job. Like, again, that's why I keep coming back to he can have legitimate gripes with the guy.
Yeah.
Like, and I thought this was interesting from Sirianni, and I wrote this down. And maybe it's amongst the whole thing, but I'll just read the small piece that I got here.
Go ahead.
If you stay still in this league, it will catch up to you. A very, very different tone than a year ago when it was, what we do well, we're just going to do better.
Dial it back. Yeah, exactly.
That, to me, like, it seems like Hurts talked quite a bit and talked at length about learning from last year in terms of relationships and learning within the building of, like, hey, how we handle adversity and getting on the same page. It's a learning experience for us. The biggest thing that I take from what Sirianni had to say today, if you stay still in this league, it will catch up to you.
Well, let's listen to that. Nick Sirianni, number 4, Josh. I agree with you. Anytime you take a look at yourself and you can say, or at your organization say, yeah, you know what? We did really well, but we need to change some things. That's good. Maybe this is the progression of Nick Sirianni. Let's hear what he had to say on that.
Even staffs that have, the same play caller, they tweak things year in, year out, right? Because if you stay still in this league will catch up to you quickly. And so, as far as the percentage or anything like that, we are working to do what we do best. So, like I said, there's things that, there are things that we've done well in the past that we'll continue to do. There's things that are going to be new tweaks and new things completely. And like I said to you guys, I think I said this after, like, as far as a play may look exactly the same on tape, right? You may say, okay, I'm looking at this play. Oh, I saw them run that play a bunch last year, and they ran it a bunch this time. But sometimes you're coaching it a little bit differently, and that's evolving as an offense. That's that happens even when you have the same a similar staff, similar staff. But there are people that are same on the staff, right? The tight end coach is the same. The running back coach is the same. The assistant head coach, who's Kevin Patullo, is the same, right? The wide receiver coach is the same. The offensive line coach is the same. TJ's moved up in his role to assistant offensive line coach. So there are a lot of similarities in coaching styles and coaching staff, and some of the things that we're doing with little tweaks here and there.
Why are you laughing, Ray?
All right, here's 52 people that are the same. There's a new offensive coordinator, man, and you don't have the same role in the offense. It's like, all right, yeah, they brought in a new chef to this restaurant, but the guy that, is working the tables and working and the back cleaning, like, they are the same. Like, it's different. It's okay to admit different. I'm very excited, and I don't mean to put down anyone in their line of work and anyone in that building and the work that they do. They're very important to the operations of what happened. But what you do as a coach is basically Sirianni, especially what he's brought in here. He's an offensive guy, but you're also the head coach of this team. What the restaurant does is they serve food. The chef, the cooks that are in there, if you bring in a new chef and new cooks, that's a different restaurant. It's different from what it was before. If you bring in someone else to run this offense and you were the guy that was basically designing the entire offense, it's different. You don't need to sell me on same when it's different. That's the one thing out of that. Like, you can tell me this person's the same, that person's the same, all these. You don't need to sell me that it's, oh, no. There's a lot of similarities. Yeah, that offensive line coach is the same. We talked to Jeff Mosher last week. You know what something that Stoutland doesn't love with his offensive lines? Motion. You know what the new offensive coordinator likes to do a lot? Motion. It's different. There are different things. There's going to be a lot different from what you see. Whether or not it's the same play with a new name, well, guess what? A new name is something different. It's okay to acknowledge there's been change made. I don't know why he has to take us down this path of here's 32 different people that are still on payroll from last year. Yeah, I'm very happy they still have jobs, okay? I'm very happy they do. I'm very happy that you were able to continue to keep them within this Eagles organization. But ultimately, Nick, there was change. You can lean into it just a little bit.
There it is, the Ray Fired Up segment of the day. All pumped up and ready to go. It's like, in the Phillies game, you see defensive play of the game, but that's Ray Fired Up of the day, and I absolutely love it. There is another side of the ball, as you mentioned. Offensively, yeah, that thing changed. Defensively, guess what? It changed also because they brought in Vic Fangio. Let's hear what Nick Sirianni had to say about that.
Vic Fangio hasn't been, just adding to what Howie said, Vic Fangio has been a great coordinator in this league, and we're not talking 10 years, 20 years. We're talking 3 decades worth of being an unbelievable coach. And so you don't do that unless you adapt to the players that you have, and you adapt your schemes, you adapt to your surroundings, you adapt to the way the game's changing. And we feel good about, we feel good about our depth. I know Vic feels good about our depth, and looking forward to guys like, Marlin and Morrow. Those guys continuing to develop and play a good role. Those guys, particularly those 2 guys, have shown toughness. They've shown their hard work throughout the off season. They came back in great shape, and I'm looking forward, to seeing those guys go out there and practice and having good camps.
All right, a couple questions I have off of that. Can they get away from the daycare, like when they're doing this thing? I don't, I understand, but you're running a press conference where people need to hear what's being said. What is all this background noise? Anyway, that also, I don't even know where to go here. Did they tell Nick Sirianni, look, these guys are really good players on the offensive side of the ball. These guys are really good players on the defensive side of the ball. They're going to get most of the play. You're not allowed to talk about them. We want you to talk about, the guys that are second level, third string wide receiver, the long snapper, the defensive lineman that, probably will play special teams. Like, what, is there a list that he's not allowed to talk about the higher ups or 2 maybe?
No, this is how he's wired. This is how he is.
But he wasn't when he came here. It was wearing the Brandon Graham jerseys. It was all, the stars and catering to them. It just seems odd to me that, like, he's never mentioning the higher-ups. It's always these, like, under-the-radar guys. I don't know. It's like a little psychological thing going on in my head. Like, wait, what is...
Over the last 2 years, it's become a lot of just everybody that's not a star, like throwing roses at their feet. I mean, Quez Watkins was the greatest practice player that ever existed. Like, he finds just a way to name drop and throw guys into conversation that have no business being in the conversation.
So, and this is, because this is our job, is to talk, it's conversation. Now it's going around in my head. Is there a possibility that he's, I don't know. Like,
ask it, Bob. Ask it. You want to ask it.
Is Jalen Hurts the head of the snake that's not the only one turned off by Nick Sirianni?
I don't think that's the case. I just think this is the way
What did you think I was going to say?
I thought that's what you were going to say.
Okay.
That, like, is he just trying to win over every single guy that's not the people that have been around him for the last 4 years?
Now, look, it could be a case where he's won over the stars. It could be a case like, all right, I got them, that I honestly love them. I toted on them for 2 years. They know I love them. Now it's time for me to love on the second, third, and fourth and long snapper guys.
This is just who he is, Bob.
Yeah?
I think this is just who he is. Like, I think he just loves throwing roses at, and there's nothing wrong with it per se. It's nice to know you're appreciated.
Oh, God, no, there's nothing wrong with it.
From what I do, and this is a very selfish thing. For what we do here, I could go without the 25-second diatribes about everyone employed on the offensive side of the ball. The 25-second diatribes about his relationship with Paris Campbell or comparing his relationship with Jalen Hurts to Milton Williams. This is who he is. He's a meanderer. I'll be honest with you. This guy, I don't know if he ever puts on the GPS. I think he finds a new route home every day to just find a little something different and that's just the way he goes about life.
Yeah, maybe, and that's okay. I mean, that's okay.
That's
As
the way
long
you
as
live.
your football team is successful, I really don't care. But I am looking into this. Like, why all of a sudden did it go from, the stars just being so talked about by him and the T-shirts and all that? Now all of a sudden, as you said, for maybe the last 2 years, it's really the second and third and long snapper guys that he just can't leave out of his answers. I don't know. Well, so listen, we heard from Jalen Hurts also. So I guess we're cutting that up back there, whatever we're doing. So we'll go back over what Jalen Hurts said. But we'd love to hear from you. We haven't had a chance to really talk to you much today with all the press conference stuff that we have going on. 610-632-0975. Would love to hear your reaction to Nick Sirianni, anything that he had to say, to Jalen Hurts, what he had to say. And we'll have some more of that coming up also. We had Matvey Michkov and Danny Briere speak about the Flyers. All of that is open. We are here for you. 610-632-0975. You can either text or call that number. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back, 12:30. So glad you are with us. Got to say a big thank you to Primo's. Unbelievable trays of hoagie that they just delivered to us. So good. You all right, Ray? Are you stuffed? Are you full?
I am doing fantastic. That was delicious. I love my Primo. And we want to thank them for dropping off the hoagie trays today to promote the grand opening of their new store in Warrington tomorrow.
Ah, very good.
Now, this is the deal for all you, because you're hearing us say you're all jealous of us because they're fantastic. And honestly, I finished the two that I had, and I was ready to walk back, but we're going back into the year. But for you, if you want to get them, be among the first 100 in line this Thursday to get a free Primo-sized hoagie. Remember, it's not just a hoagie. It's a Primo. So again, their new store in Warrington tomorrow. Tomorrow would be Thursday. If you are one of the first 100 in line this Thursday, you get a free Primo-sized hoagie. Bob, I want to let you know, I might be busy tomorrow.
I'll be there. Is that right?
I want to get down there for it. Actually, the first time I had people, I told you a couple months ago, I had like the first real big gathering of people at my apartment since I've been there because, I just
there's
haven't
people
hosted.
on the floor that you have to step over and all that.
Not really, no. I bought it. I actually went and got extra chairs for that so people have places to sit. So it's the first big gathering. There was one place I had to go for all my hoagie needs.
Primo.
I went and I got the Primo. It was the Lansdale Primo.
Okay.
I have friends coming down from Lansdale, so I went and got the big Primos.
Yeah, I have one
Very
not
good.
far from my house at all. It'll be a, every few weekends it'll be a, hey, how about if we head over there tonight and grab some stuff? Make the order, go down and grab it. Can't beat it. So that was delicious. I apologize if Josh sounds a little mumbled because he's got about 4 hoagies in his mouth right now.
I will be one of the first 100 tomorrow in Warrington. Book it.
Book it? Guaranteed.
I don't know. Some people might beat me there, but I'll try. I'll make the effort.
I want to put something out to Mike Vito. We're going to need Josh to fill in for me tomorrow, so I'll be off. Josh, sorry, I'll be there, one of the first 100 there. That's how I'm going to beat you there.
All right, so as we just heard a little bit ago, Jalen Hurts took to the podium, and it was pretty funny. We'll go number one here, Josh. That he was asked a question about relationship, and it obviously he was expected it was coming, right? Because the question wasn't even fully out, and Jalen's kind of like interrupting it and had his answer kind of already. It's been the talk since OTAs finished out, since the workouts that they had before finished out, because he was asked a question about Nick Sirianni and he didn't really answer it all that well. So many have run with it. I assume you knew it was coming.
Yeah, again, you can block out the noise all you want. I imagine the first step he made into that NovaCare complex was, Jalen, great to see you. It looked great, man. Really good to see you. They're going to need to talk to you over there in public relations, media. They're going to want to just quickly prep you on what you might have to talk about and address. You might want to get out in front of this one. And that was immediately...
He probably walked in and went, I know. Maybe, or maybe not. Like, he does say, I think often he doesn't listen to outside noise or pay attention to that stuff, but...
I find it hard to believe that was one that he just didn't entirely have any clue that it was going to come up.
Could you go off? Could you, play a game as an NFL quarterback, get done the game, talk to the media, leave, and not, listen, read, or do a thing, go on social media about yourself, your team, until, ever, maybe?
If this job is any indication, no, I can't. I will read whatever you have tweeted, whatever you have written, whatever you have message put out there that has anything to do with me in this job. There's a good chance I've heard, listened, read, and engaged with. And this is nowhere near as consequential as a franchise of a football team. So I would like to say, oh yeah, absolutely. I could totally go off the grid and not pay attention. I'd be lying because everything that's written, whatever said, I will see. That reply you put to my tweet from weeks ago, I've read. I know.
That's interesting.
I'm not good at it. I've been told by a lot of people that you should, take some time away from the social media all the time. Sorry, I'm on it. I see it.
Like you said, we are to such not even close to a degree. But when I was writing and we became more digital. And you would get replies to your columns, to your stories right then and there as they were posted. I remember first few times reading them, whether it was good or bad, reading them, and I was like, no, I know what I'm reporting or what my opinion is honest and all that. I didn't go down there.
Oh, I absolutely.
How about that? Maybe it's but
good, bad, and different. Like it's not good.
Right.
It's not necessarily good. Not necessarily bad. Not necessarily just.
And that's fine.
Whatever's put out there, I could just assure you, I read just about everything. So if I was in Jalen Hurts' shoes,
So if I put a mean tweet out about you, you right on top of it, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I see everything. Pretty much.
Yeah. All right.
Pretty much. So I would not be able to just go absolutely, enclosed and keep, myself shut down. That's not the way I'm wired. I'd like to know. I think for me, if I was a quarter, like if I was in that position, I'd like to know how I'm perceived, how everything's, the way people view what they're looking at.
Sure.
I also think it helps you relate to who you're speaking to. Like if Jalen Hurts thinks he's being, mistaken or misunderstood in something, okay, how are they understanding you? You have to read what they're saying about you to understand the way they're taking you. You have to listen to what they're saying about you to understand the way that you're being perceived.
Yeah, so it's been a crazy couple of days here on The Fanatic, especially on middays, as we've been able to get Matvei Michkov, who Danny Briere says, look, he's not the savior. We want him to be one of the guys. Great answer for now, because he might be the game changer, and that's what a lot of people are looking forward to. Yesterday, we got to talk to Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, two of the three key pieces to your Philadelphia 76ers moving forward. Today, we listen to Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts speak, two of your biggest, contributors to what has been a crazy offseason, what was a really, really bad last part of last season. And the headlines that you come away with were, with Michkov, just that. Danny Briere saying, not a savior yet. Let's just make him one of the guys. Let's build this thing. We're so happy to have him at 19. Great. Patience there. Maxey and Paul George talking about playing with Joel Embiid. You and I both came away, along with Nick Nurse we talked to, and Daryl Morey, very much of a business-type approach yesterday. Happy as could be that they have those guys. Nick Nurse was on his way over to see Joel Embiid play in the Olympics. He was all excited about that, but very much a business-like. And one of the questions that was posed to Paul George, it was, this town is really hungry because they haven't been past the second round since 2001. And Paul George says, I'm just as hungry. I haven't won a championship in 13 years or 15 years, whatever it is. I love that. So, we're getting a lot of the big playmakers in the city talking about what's going on. And we dipped into a little bit of what Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman had to say this morning. We're cutting up the stuff that Jalen Hurts had to say today. But, yeah, I just do believe we were talking to Ricky during the break, and he's going to be on the best show ever today, along with Bill Colarulo and Silvana. So stay tuned for that at 2 o'clock. But we were all in agreement. Ricky was like, did I read this wrong? And I'm not giving away his show or whatever, but I think we're all in agreement that, no, they didn't try to poo-poo that maybe they don't have the best relationship, meaning Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. As I said earlier, I'm okay with it. As long as the football part of it isn't affected by that, I'm okay with it. And if the football relationship, it was tattered, fix it. Fix it. That's the only relationship I care about is the football relationship.
Right.
Fix it.
And that's where the concern gets to. The problem, I can't get myself too worked up today about that, because they have 6 weeks to get to the point where they're in Sao Paulo, where Brazil start. Like, I think your football relationship, you may never be what you guys were in terms of, friendliness and enjoying being around one another as you were before. That's fine. I just see that you need to get to the football point being, all right, I understand that you're still here. I'm going to respect that you're still here. And I'm going to deal with my business the way it is. And it seems like he's dealing with his business by just throwing everything he has into this relationship and this working relationship with Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is. Every time Sirianni comes up, Kellen Moore's mentioned. It's like, hey,
Coach Kellen.
What went wrong with the last one. Well, we're focused on this one. We're focused on making this one work. Like, that's pretty much what it seems to me.
And you know what? I'm okay with it. I don't need them to come out and say to me, like, yeah, last year was last year. Let's move on. They answered it. I like how Nick Sirianni came out today and said, look, we took a close look at last year. We know that things went poorly. We know that we have to correct things. I think that's a progression in Nick Sirianni. Now, look, there hasn't been a lot of bad things go on while he was here. 7 games into his tenure, he changed it up. It was going bad. They were 2-5. He said, "No, I'm not going to call plays anymore. Somebody else should." He's okay at like changing, I think, when things need to be changed, and he said as much.
There is one thing that came from the press that just occurred to me because you said it was something you liked hearing, something I didn't particularly mind. If you don't mind, can we grab this real quick? Over there, Josh, number 11 with Howie Roseman.
Did you forget his name?
Yeah, I didn't forget his name. I was just forgetting where we were going. I couldn't see the print's kind of small.
Okay.
He was talking about the linebacker position, and I took a little exception.
Yeah, I think when you in that area, when you don't have the continuity that you don't have the continuity.
It is okay.
Yeah, we'll call timeout here real quick.
On that one.
No problem, Josh. Now, behind the scenes, Josh is working like a madman because we do have a bunch of cuts this morning that are already in the system. But the Jalen Hurts stuff, he's putting in and he's cutting it up. And Ray was asking for a Howie Roseman.
We got Howie Roseman now. That was Jalen Hurts 11. My bad, Ray.
Yeah, it's okay. He's talking about Kellen. He enjoys Kellen. Yeah. Here, Howie Roseman said this.
I think for us, we have tremendous confidence in Nakobe. That's why we drafted him. That doesn't change. And sometimes it's because of how much you liked him throughout the process and bringing him here. So we're really excited about him. He's got the right mentality. There's no question in my mind what his contributions were to one of the best defenses in the history of college football. I know that just from watching the tape. I know that from talking to the coaches. And then the opportunity is there. The opportunities at that position, I think, we're excited to see what that brings. Obviously, it's a position that in Philadelphia we understand comes under a little bit more of the microscope, and that's probably warranted.
Liar! Can I just say that?
Oh, he might understand that it comes under the microscope. He just doesn't care.
Yeah. I understand that you guys are looking at it. I don't care. I say liar kiddingly. They have confidence in Nakobe Dean. You brought in a guy from Tampa Bay who was benched last year. You brought in another guy who's playing a new position in Zach Bond, and you're putting them in front of Nakobe Dean, who you have a lot of confidence in?
Yeah. I was out and about on Sunday after I did.
Because it's the summer of Ray. Of course you were.
I went and I saw some people, someone that follows the Eagles a lot, and we were talking about the linebacker position. I was like,
quick conversation.
Can we just stop? Like, it's great that he was a part of that team. It was great he was a leader on that team. He deserves the accolade of it. I'm ready for Nakobe Dean's value to this team not being he was the leader of one of the greatest college defenses of all time. Because every time you bring that up, it really cuts out the last 2 years of his life.
Yeah.
It basically says, yeah, we got nothing so far, but you remember when that was good? I'm rooting for him to not have that attached to him every single time he does anything in Philadelphia. Like, okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, real quick, not to interrupt you. I'll bet you he is too.
Yeah, I think I'm sick and tired of hearing it, to be honest with you. I'm sick and tired of the refrain around Nakobe Dean being, hey, he was just this great player at Georgia.
Right.
That tells you that 2 years in the NFL, he's giving you nothing.
Yep. All right, we're going to look back on what Jalen Hurts had to say. We have it all cut up now so we can take a look back. We'd love to hear what you think when we play it. 610-632-0975. We have a few texts I want to get to also. So we'll dive into it. See what you have to think about what Jalen Hurts had to say in his initial conversation after Eagles' first practice today. Ray Dunn co-host, and this is Bob Cooney, middays, 97.5, The Fanatic. Busy times here. Gotta love it. All the talking that's going on among our athletes and coaches and GMs and stuff like that. We're here for you. You know what else can't wait for, Ray? FanFest. That's right, 97.5 The Fanatic. FanFest 2024. It's with FanDuel. Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. As we established the other day, Josh is a virgin to it. You can get your tickets during our next online ticket raid. Now, we had a ticket raid yesterday at 9 a.m. I thought we had an update on here. Maybe not. No. So we'll have one at some other time, and you're going to be able to win tickets. But anyway, about that ticket raid yesterday, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Tickets sold out on the raid yesterday that we had. So we're going to have another one shortly. We'll let you know when it is. Ricky Patalco in the house. Got to love it. 4 minutes it took to sell out all those FanFest tickets yesterday. Just absolutely awesome.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. Ricky likes to get himself on the YouTube camera there. All right. We listened to Jalen Hurts speak. I think the obvious thing that we have to get to is the number one thing. Now, he was asked right away, relationship, and it was before the reporter even got the question out, Jalen Hurts was ready to answer, and here's his response.
Let me say this first. You go through an off season. You put a lot of work in. I think all the things that we've been through last year, all the opportunity we had last year. I know everybody's hungry. Everybody's hungry. There's a ton of opportunity in front of us this year. And I'm excited to be back. Excited to go through this journey. And go through this season with everyone here, from everyone, and I truly trust Mr. Leary, I trust Howie, I trust Coach Sirianni to lead us in that right direction. And I know there are different roles in place. Everybody has different responsibilities. There may be more demands from some than others, but I think to win championships, to be the team we want to be, everyone has to buy into that role, and everyone has to, really be fully committed to doing their part and helping the team. And so, I'm excited to go on that journey. I feel like for me as a player, as a leader, everything that we went through last year, I just feel like I'm equipped to handle whatever's to come. And so, I'm excited to, forge whatever this year's supposed to be.
All right, absolutely no problems. He got to it. He trusts. He started to say Coach Sirianni first. He said, I trust Mr. Lurie, Howie Roseman, Coach Sirianni to do what has to be done and so on and so forth. You had kind of a snicker on your face. What's that about?
Yeah. You want to break this down through the answer here? All right. First up, let me take this question and run with it somewhere else that's not what's being asked at first so that I can take some time to really think through the final answer of this question.
Let me put my spin on this.
Yeah. We're all very excited for the season, and everyone's ready to go and excited for what's going to happen. We're hungry to win games. Oh, yeah, by the way, all the leadership of this organization, I trust it. And I trust it because everyone's in their new role, and some of them mean more than others. And now we all have to buy into those new roles. I'm very excited to see what comes of all this. I feel like I'm equipped to be the leader of this team, this organization. Pretty much. That's how I feel like that answer went.
Yeah, I agree with you.
He's very, very careful in the new role conversation of not saying some of them mean more than others, but basically that feels like what he's saying. The role that guy's in right now, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
And I hope he buys into that.
Exactly. I would say it was I work very closely with Kellen Moore now.
There's been new roles established, and with those new roles, I hope that everyone buys into them.
I swear I keep closing my eyes and seeing the quarterbacks in the room with Kellen Moore. Knock comes on the door, it opens, and there's Nick Sirianni's face, and they turn around like, yeah? Just checking in, guys. All good? All good? Yeah. Door closes. Like, I really do. I really do. I see, we're working on something here. Can we help you? I mean, am I over-exaggerating it, you think? And therefore, that's why I say relationship doesn't really matter that if they need one or not.
I would
I
hope
got you
it's-
laughing on this, but
I would hope that it's more than just, oh, yeah, you good? All right, good. Sounds good. I'll go grab a cup of coffee and I'll go back to my office. Like, I hope there's a little bit more there.
all right, maybe he goes, any of you guys seen Rick Lovato? Oh, man, I don't know. I don't, like.
Sounds good. I got a lunch with Milton Williams coming up. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Oh, it's just, I don't know where this relationship is, but I good, bad, indifferent, I don't think there has to be one. It's just, if there is some part of the football game getting ready for things that they have to be, on the same track together, all right, good, be on the same track. But other than that, I don't know. Like, there's a scene in Slapshot. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where you have the Hanson brothers are like playing a game and they're intensely in, and the coach knocks on the door. He's like, "Hey guys, Paul Newman, guys, just make sure you all right." They're like, "Yeah, coach, we're good." Okay, and then they just go back to doing what they're doing. Like that's kind of like what I see Nick Sirianni knocking on the door to the quarterback room. I don't know. It just seems awfully odd. All right, another thing that Jalen Hurts was talking about was being in a great place. And he thinks that the adversity from last year and all of that stuff, all right, it might just help him move forward this year.
Yeah, I think we're in a great place. I think anytime you have any frustration, anytime you have any adversity that you have to overcome, it's supposed to test you. And I think it's a matter of being on the same page. And I think if we're on the same page, we maybe would accomplish the things we would have. And, we didn't, but that's a learning experience. And I think it's as simple as if I made it happen, I can make it happen. And this team has made it happen before, and there's no doubt that we can make it happen again. But it takes what it takes, and it takes being together. And my message to the team after we did our conditioning test, and even after our first day of practice, in which I thought was a good day of practice, but talent. I've been on very talented teams. My pretty much my whole career, I played around talent, and talent wins you games. It'll take you very far, but it don't last. Teams is what win championships, and that's what we're trying to do. Trying to take that next step. And so it'll be an exciting journey. I think it was a great first day, just starting out here, getting the juices flowing. Humid out here today, but it was good having the fans out there, and just being able to write a new journey for us.
All right, there it is. He's all pumped, excited, ready to go. It just reeks of, man, last year was a disaster. It really does. And that's fine. That's gone. That's past. Learn from it. Move on. I think that was the message that they were trying to convey and did today in the press conferences. All right, when we get back, Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is going to join us. He was with us yesterday at the press conferences for Tyrese Maxey, for Paul George. So we'll get his take on that a little bit more. So we have all that and a whole lot more coming up. This is Middays. Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. welcome back. 1 o'clock hour. Damn you, Union.
Okay. I don't know what
the Union was nice enough to send us some things. Very, very nice. Love Jim Curtin, all the Union family. But they sent over some red, white, and blue M&Ms. And I'm sorry, I accidentally shoved 1,000 of them in my mouth before.
I didn't know where you were going with that. I didn't.
So
I
damn you, Union. Yeah, but that's where we are right now.
Leagues Cup starts this weekend.
What's that?
Leagues Cup starts.
That's right, it does. And they're Charlotte they have, right?
FC, yeah.
Yes, I did know that. Good luck to Jim Curtin. They're on a roll now. So here we go. Keep it up ever since that Cavan kid came around.
Wow.
They started doing really well.
Sure, yeah.
We'll go with that.
He got on the field because they were up 5-1.
Yeah.
He's our guy. He went to Wawa after.
He did.
After
He got
the
a
game to celebrate.
quesadilla and a milkshake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and him at 14, not so different.
No, I don't think so at all.
Quesadilla and a milkshake at
You and him
Wawa?
at 25 and him at 14 aren't so different, probably. But here we digress. All right, yesterday we were lucky enough to be with the Sixers at their practice facility. A lot of good stuff happened there, and we wanted to get from Liberty Ballers, Paul Hudrick on the Comcast Business Hotline to talk about it a little bit. Paul, how you doing today?
Doing great, Bob. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. And we saw you there yesterday. Always good to see you. I had a takeaway, Paul, that as fun as yesterday was, and we know how hyped up it gets, and everybody, hee, ha, 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 this is so great. There was a business-type atmosphere, I felt, from the guys, from what they were talking about, okay, yeah, this is done, but it's time to move forward. Did you kind of get that a little bit, Paul?
Yeah, the word, the term "all in," I feel like was said a lot, and it did feel like a lot of like, okay, we are done with this. Like we've gotten the stuff done on paper. The business aspect of all of this offseason is done. Now it's time to go ahead and go to work and try to win some basketball games. And I thought Paul George was really impressive in that regard. I thought he like you said, he had a business-like approach the entire time and most of his answers. I liked the one answer, he was asked about the idea of, fitting in with other superstars in the big three and how do we all get along. He basically said, well, my job is pretty simple. Like I put the ball in the basket and then I guard the toughest player on the other team. And that's, as long as we all do our jobs, we're going to win. And I think that speaks to what you're talking about. There was a, like you said, of course it was, with Tyrese Maxey, there were a lot more smiles and all that because it's Tyrese Maxey. But the Paul George one, definitely it felt like a little bit more of like a serious, let's get to work tone.
Him talking about the fit, and then really him talking about the relationship he has with Joel Embiid was something that stuck out to me big time when it comes to Paul George. Were you at all taken, I don't want to say off guard or surprised by how close it seems they are, but what did you value in the way he talked about Joel Embiid and what Joel Embiid might have had to do with him being here?
That's actually what I wrote about for Liberty Ballers is I think what this relationship does is I think it takes, look, the on-court fit is obvious. It's going to take a lot of pressure off of Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey to just have another star-level player that's going to attract the attention of defenses, that's going to make shots, that's going to create shots, that's going to play high-level defense. It's going to make their job so much easier. But, man, I think it does speak volumes that they have this off-the-court relationship already. With Joel Embiid, look, he's kind of an introverted guy, which is some people are taken back when I say that, but it's true. Like, he's not a guy who necessarily always loves the spotlight. I think a guy like Paul George, he's embraced that throughout his career. And look at a guy like Tyrese Maxey, who's the same. He's kind of the golden child right now in Philadelphia. So I think Paul George, having another high-profile guy that can take some of that media pressure off, that fan pressure off of Embiid, I think is helpful. And then just their relationship. Joel clearly had a close relationship with Jimmy Butler. Never really felt that with Ben Simmons. Never really felt that with James Harden either. So, who knows what it's going to mean on the court. But I know a lot of guys will tell you that is a valuable thing to have, all the players on the same page, getting along and bonding off the court. It can sometimes go a long way on the court as well.
Talking to Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers on the Comcast Business Hotline. And, Paul, I asked this, I think, of Tyrese yesterday, and I want to ask you what you think about it. With these three guys knowing what they are, we've seen Embiid and Maxey up close. We know about Paul George's game. When you have three stars like this on the floor, I would assume one of their games has to change a little bit. Do you see that? And if so, which one and how?
Well, the obvious one is Joel. And look, Bob, we watched the Team USA. At first, look, he struggled. There's no doubt about it. The first couple games, some of that is just Joel after a long layoff. We've all experienced that in Philadelphia. We've seen it firsthand. But it's a huge adjustment to him for his game. Like the way he's playing offense and defense. Like offensively, he's not just getting to operate at the elbows and do his thing there and either, take the mid-range shot he loves, drive to the basket, or find teammates. Like he has to play like a more traditional big. He's getting double teamed in the post. He's got to make the right play. He's got to set good screens for guys like LeBron and Steph Curry. Defensively, he plays that drop coverage, and that takes a lot of discipline from his other teammates and a lot of communication in order to make that happen. So I think, Joel, to answer your question, I think Joel is the obvious guy that has to adjust. But I think this Team USA experience is going to be big for him because it's not hard to see, right? Like you have Steph Curry coming off all these flex screens and hitting threes. I mean, you insert Tyrese Maxey in that role. It's pretty obvious to see, that there. And clearly Paul George is not to the level of LeBron James, but a big wing, a similar thing that he's going to have to learn to play off of. So unquestionably, I think it's Joel, but I think this experience is really going to lend itself pretty well to adjusting to his new teammates.
From adjustment to, I guess, more that the help that it brings, obviously the answer is all three of them are going to benefit from having each other on the floor. But is there one of these three, of Maxey, George, and Embiid, do you think benefits more from having the other two around them?
That's a good question. I think it's really going to be all three. And Paul George is a guy who's played with so many stars throughout his career. I mean, obviously playing with Kawhi, played with Russell Westbrook. He's done this before. He's been on Olympic teams too. So I think he'll just kind of fit in, and I think he'll be fine. I guess I would say Maxey because I think one of the things, and look, the one con a lot of people have pointed out with Paul George is he's not the greatest passer in the world, and he's not. But he can lead an offense from time to time. Nick Nurse talked about that yesterday. He can put the ball on the floor. He can kind of run the point at times. That's going to give Tyrese Maxey some off-ball reps, which, we know the number is there. He's been very good in his career as an off-the-ball player. And I just think the nuances, too. Like, I think Paul George it will be able to help Tyrese Maxey learn how to attack defenses differently because Paul George has seen it all. Yeah, he's 34 years old, and there's certainly some downside to that. But the upside is this is a guy who's got a wealth of experience, who's seen every NBA defense and knows what other guys are going to try to do. So I think in the end, Maxey will be the guy who kind of benefits most from Paul George and Joel Embiid. But yes, to your the first point you said, I think all three guys are going to benefit off each other.
Paul, when you look at the three stars of this team, we were playing this game a little bit yesterday. I wanted to get your opinion on it before I ask you another question real quick. What are the three of them going to average points per game this year? What would you put the over-under?
Oof. Combined.
Combined, yeah. Combined.
I'm not good at math, Bob, so you're putting me on the spot here.
Well, I'll give you one of the popular answers was 25-3. 75 was one of the popular answers yesterday.
75 feels pretty good because I'm thinking, 28-ish from Embiid, 25-ish from Maxey, and then, close to 25-ish from Paul George. I don't think that's crazy.
Okay.
Paul George, I think, was at 22 last year. I think he might be capable a little bit more with this offense, with a healthy Joel Embiid and some of the shots and looks he's going to get. So, yeah, I mean, 75 to 80 feels pretty comfortable in that range.
Okay. Now, yesterday, we're sitting there, and we get a Woj. I'm not going to call it a bomb. Maybe a Woj, like just a little tiny explosion. But it's that the Sixers probably will be signing Reggie Jackson to join the team. Saw a lot of reaction to it. People like, oh, great, another old guard coming in here. If they do bring him in, Paul, and it looks like they're going to, is he a starter on this team, do you think?
No. To be honest with you, I think he's pretty far down the line. I mean, because you look at it, it's Maxey and Oubre are going to be the starting backcourt. Like, there's no doubt about that. Kyle Lowry's your first guard off the bench. Eric Gordon's the next guard off the bench. And then Reggie Jackson's probably the guard after that. I think what it speaks to is wanting depth, right? Maxey and Oubre are still, Maxey's very young. Oubre's still pretty young. But then Lowry and Gordon are not young. They're going to need some time off. They're not going to play 82 games. You're going to have to lighten their load and kind of monitor them. So in those situations, it's not the worst in the world to have a Reggie Jackson to kind of be the backup to the backup to the backup, whatever he is. Because Jared McCain, I was more encouraged, to be honest with you, than discouraged by his summer league. But I get wanting to have some veteran insurance as a ball handler. With that said, I am a little bit concerned, with the size situation and what's going to go on at the wings and the forward position. But I do understand why Daryl Morey is really focused on ball handlers, and I do think, to an extent, you can never. I wouldn't say you can never have enough, but it's good to have a good balanced amount of ball handlers.
So to follow that up, do you see right now with this starting lineup being Maxey, Oubre, George, Martin, and Embiid?
Yeah, I don't see any other way that it could be anything different. I mean, it's. I find it telling when you see the reports when they come out, like when Oubre was announced. It clearly said starting shooting guard, and Oubre made it pretty clear last year that he prefers to start. He wasn't really shy about saying that. So I think that was important language coming from his agent in the Woj bomb there. And same with Caleb Martin. I believe people were referring to him as their starting power forward, which take that however you want it. So I think it's pretty telling when those things come out. And look, I don't think it's. I've been one of the people that I don't make as big of a deal about. Oh, they don't have a power forward, because the power forward barely exists anymore. And to have three wings that are as switchable as Caleb Martin, as Paul George, as Kelly Oubre Jr., who can really comfortably guard 1 through 4, I think that's more valuable personally than having a traditional 4. But yeah, that seems to be the starting group, and I would be pretty surprised if that's not what you see on opening night.
We're talking to Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers on the Comcast Business Hotline. And Paul, what other moves do you think will Daryl Morey do? Like we asked him yesterday, said, there's still some roster spots left. He said, we're probably going to go into the season one roster spot low. He said there was a list of minimum vets that we looked at. We had it at 7, dwindle it to 5, to 3, and get 2. Do you think they're going to sign 2 minimums before the season starts?
No, so I think that it's going to be, so right now, if again, not great at math, but I think they have 13 guys that are either reportedly or officially signed to contracts. So if they intend to leave a spot open, which is a Daryl Morey special, he does tend to do that.
Yeah,
you're looking at one more guy, really. It's one more roster spot that's going to be available. So I am really curious to see what they do with it, because there are guys. I mean, the one name that keeps popping up, and it makes sense, is Marcus Morris, because we just talked about the size of the 4. He provides that. He provides a pick and pop alternative as a 5 if Embiid is hurt and maybe it's a tough matchup for Drummond and Bona. You bring in a guy like Marcus Morris who can pick and pop and play some small ball 5. So he would make sense there. Gordon Hayward is a guy who has a previous relationship with Paul George, and on a minimum deal, maybe that's a guy we're taking a flyer on. You got Davis Bertans, who is a sharpshooter, can't really do much else, but he can really, really shoot it, and he's 6'10". So yeah, I mean they're going to have some good options, I think, to sign to a minimum deal. But like Daryl likes to say, it's like a living organism. His roster, it comes and goes as things happen, and he doesn't look at this and say okay, we're set for this year. He looked at it as he's going to look every day to see and try to find ways to make the roster better, all the way up until he can no longer do that. The trade deadline, and then slightly beyond that, if there's any kind of buyout guys or waiver claims he can make.
All right, Paul. Well, listen, I want to make a $1 bet with you, okay? And we'll settle up first home game when you and I are together down in the on the concourse or whatever, down by the locker rooms. I will make a $1 bet with you that the starting 5 you threw out there just now will not be the starting 5 opening night.
Okay.
All right?
I'm in.
All right, this is cool. That. We will take care of that. Paul, listen, love having you on the show. So good to see you yesterday, and hopefully you don't mind if we stick close to you in the future.
Yeah, sounds good, Bob. Anytime. Man.
All right, buddy. Paul Hudrick, thanks so much for joining us from Liberty Ballers. I just don't see a bench. If that starting lineup goes with Martin, with Oubre, who the heck is coming off of your bench? I just don't see anybody. If that Marcus Morris is added, I think Caleb Martin goes to the bench.
So let me roll this a different way for you. If they go with
You're good at rolling
the
things.
Embiid 12 minutes to start a game where he plays that entire
I
first
think
quarter.
that's a given.
Okay. Assuming that's a given. That's what they do. George comes out at some point. We'll say Maxey rolls within maybe that entire 12, maybe the 10 minutes there. If George comes back in the second quarter, open up that second quarter when Embiid comes off the floor, like you're more managing minutes of. Okay, I'll slow it down for you.
I got you. No, I'm following you. I was just teasing you.
But if you're managing the minutes as in, okay, are you going to have Maxey, George, and Embiid, or are you going to have two of the three of them on the floor at any time? How much of a bench are you really asking for?
Through 82 games, you need a bench.
But through 82 games, like some of those games where you don't have Embiid, you don't have George, you're not going to have that starting lineup, that 5 anyways. Like, you're not going to have George and Embiid playing.
Right.
If you need a bench, you're asking for actually another, like, key contributor to this team through 82 games than asking for just another player to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, I don't think they're getting anyone that's playing more than, like, 15 minutes. Like, how much do you think Marcus Morris plays if they bring him in?
20 to 22 a night.
Okay. I think that's probably a little much.
Okay. 5 a quarter.
Again,
You know
I
what
still
I mean?
think
Like-
it's a little more than.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear you. I just don't think there's. I don't think the depth is anywhere close to where it needs to be, and it really starts to make me think. And Paul brought it up, like he was more intrigued than maybe others in Jared McCain in the summer league. Like, do they have plans for him? Drummond's going to get his 15 to 18 minutes a night.
Right.
I mean that's going to be what it is. But man, you look at past that, like Eric Gordon. I mean, look at the names we're throwing out. Eric Gordon, Reggie Jackson, Kyle Lowry. Average age 36 and a half. At running positions. Wings. Ricky Council the fourth?
Oh, you have 3 of your wings in the starting lineup.
I hear you, but you need those guys off the floor at times. Like, it can't be, all right, here it is. They're going to get some time off during the season. Like, I'm just telling you, during an 82 game, you need more times than not. Probably most of the time, you need an 8-9 guy rotation.
Yeah,
I just don't see it right now. I really don't.
I mean, one, I'm also looking at. I might be just drinking the Kool-Aid here with Maury in the conversation about something coming down the line because they have all their draft assets. They signed KJ Martin to that balloon deal, which
can't be traded till January something. I think.
The 15th, either December 15th, January 15th, one of the 15th.
Yeah, something
like At some point.
One of the 15th.
Yeah, one of the 15th. It's not November and it's not March.
July. It's not August 15th.
Yeah, yeah. But like I'm looking at what they still have to move if they want to go do this and go get a piece. Like I think there will be another piece added to this team at some point.
So do I. But I can't go through October, November, December, parts of January and be like, yeah, it's okay. This isn't enough right now.
If they sign Marcus Morris, you get Marcus Morris. You get your 20 minutes for Marcus Morris. How's your comfort level as it compared to today?
Better. I am. I'm worried about the bench. I am worried about a Kyle Lowry. I don't know if I can depend on that. I love Kyle Lowry's game. I hear you, but I don't know. At close to 40 years old.
10 minutes a game at 40 years old?
I don't know. Yeah, okay. That'd be great. If I can absolutely count on that, terrific. I just don't know about other things. I don't know. I don't know why. The depth is a concern to me right now. Starters, great. Like I do. I said to you that I thought this team would be much better if Oubre or Martin were coming off the bench because it tells me, okay, I have another guy starting that you can count on, and I'm okay with one of those coming on. Now, Paul's saying that Oubre and him being around the team all year last year, Oubre does like it better starting as opposed to coming off the bench. There was a time there, and I've told this story many times, where I was down there, and Nick Sirianni talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. The Anthony Mountain start, Oubre start, or vice versa. He had that luxury that last year. I'd like to see that luxury a little bit this year, but I just think right now you don't have it. So,
and I understand what you're saying, but when you look at this starting 5, are they a point guard short or are they a power forward short?
I'd probably go power forward. And Paul made the point. The power forward's kind of going out the way of the league. But I wouldn't mind seeing a rough and tumble power forward in with that starting lineup.
Okay. To me, if I'm looking at this line, and I'm not getting it right now, and I think that's more maybe why I don't feel the same way you do. I know I'm not getting that bigger guard that can kind of just control and dictate the flow of the game that I kind of wanted as a point guard. So if I look at this 5 in the world I'm living in with this team, that's the 5 I'm rolling with. Like, if they bring in Marcus Morris, they say, hey, look, this 1 through 5 to open up.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he finishes games either, Marcus Morris. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and that's, I can hear someone right now, gripping the wheel. It doesn't matter who starts. It matters who finishes the game.
Right.
I'm
Well,
sure.
That's still a concern of mine.
Yeah, I understand your concern with it.
Yeah, so still, as Daryl Morey said to us yesterday, still more to do. All right, when we get back, we'll kind of take a look at everything that we've been doing today. Lots going on with the Jalen Hurts, Matvey Michkov, Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman. All of them had something to say today. So we'll recap it all, kind of wrap it all up here. So we're going to take you into the best show ever today with Ricky Batalico, Bill Colarulo, and Silvana. This is Middays. I'm Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic. No, don't worry about it. Welcome back, 1:30 here. Middays. Sorry, we got a lot going on today with all the press conferences and all like that. So we didn't dip all that heavily in to Jalen Hurts, so I kind of want to do that a little bit. But we got some phone calls, we got some text messages, so we want to clear all that stuff up. So let's start with Josh. We got some text messages today concerning not only Jalen's demeanor, but also critiquing us. Huh? Is he there?
I can't hear him.
Josh?
Oh, he went and recorded that update, and he took
You son of a gun! Don't you do that!
You put it in program 4, man.
The Birds Insider update's coming. It had me all thrown off. But yeah, we got tons of texts.
I don't know if I want to talk to you anymore.
Well, he didn't want to talk to us, quite clearly.
Obviously.
What do we want first?
Wow.
We want the Bob Cooney critique or
Sure,
the
why
Jalen
not?
Hurts demeanor? All right.
I don't care.
We got
Whatever you want.
JT checking in. He goes, at this point, it doesn't matter what Sirianni says at any press conference. You guys will shred him to pieces regardless. You're hyperanalyzing anything that comes out of his mouth. It's pointless unless he's throwing people under the bus. We have to see what happens after the season starts, and hopefully he shows us that he's learned a couple things.
Thank you, JT. Appreciate you checking in. What else we got?
Whoa. This is the first time I've heard from Sirianni in what, a month and a half? This is him leading into the season. Of course I'm going to look at what he has to say. Why do we have press conferences? That's the whole point of the press conference. We want to hear what the guy has to say. He's answering questions about this team. Don't you have questions about this team?
Yeah, and it's I think you're going after the wrong kind of group saying that we always shred whatever he says. I don't do that because we don't break down press conferences. JT, appreciate you listening.
I'll sit right here. The guy's press conferences drive me nuts. I'll be honest about it.
Oh, I've never seen anybody get so red as you.
They drive me nuts. I'm sitting here, and I can tell you, I thought that there was a lot of good from what he said. I just know that the one thing that we continue to focus on is Sirianni and Hurts because that seems like it's going to be the prevailing storyline of this season. Like, of anything else. He didn't want to belabor last year. Talked about his evaluation. That's good. He mentioned if you stay still in this league, it'll catch up to you, which is different than what he said a year ago. He brought up his core values because he loves his core values. Went into Vic Fangio, talked about adapting to the players, which I thought was interesting. He talked about his relationship with Rick Lovato. If you want us to do 20 minutes on that, I'll do 20 minutes on the Rick Lovato and Nick Sirianni relationship.
Save that for nighttime.
Okay, sounds good. I'll save it for Sunday. Josh, get ready. Raise reactions, all that. We also had Howie speak, and they were excited about the linebacker position. Howie's talking about the emphasis on the young players. He added on to Sirianni. There was a number of things to come out of this. I'm just going to be honest with you. When I hear him speak, sometimes he drives me a little crazy.
Okay.
And to JT, maybe when he hears me speak, I drive him crazy. But ultimately, Nick Sirianni has a lot to answer for because the season stunk last year, and this is the first day of training camp.
Yeah, and he is the head coach of the football team that we all care about. So, yeah.
Of course we're going to analyze what he has to say.
Ray. All right, well, we got somebody else having me a question?
Yeah, but actually, real quick, we got a little bit of breaking news in the NBA.
In the NBA?
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
This is from Adrian Wojnarowski. New York Knicks coach Tom Thibodeau has agreed on a 3-year contract extension that takes him through the 2027-28 season. So Tibbs to stay in New York.
I know in the past there probably would have been players on his team that would have been, but I think the group that they have in New York with Tom Thibodeau is a pretty good fit. So, congratulations. Well, yeah, I mean, he does have a tendency to wear on people, but he's got that Villanova connection up there, and, man, they are coachable.
They are.
So,
they are.
Yeah. Okay. All right, what else we got on the text line there, Josh?
All right, yeah, sticking in the NBA. Texter, looks like no name, says, can someone ask Bob about how good Boston's bench is? Sixers need more players like Cornette, Pritchard, and Hauser coming off the bench.
Okay. I mean, if you're fine and set and everything here and you didn't see what Boston did, you're looking at the playoffs of what Boston did last year. Okay, yeah, you dwindle it down to 6 and 7 guys when you get to the playoffs. We all know that. Boston didn't win however many games they won over 82 without having a pretty solid 8-man rotation. And, you can look at Pritchard, you can look at Hauser and go, oh, yeah, those guys aren't any good. Okay. Look how they play within that system. Look how valuable they were to that team. And, yes, look at the minutes that they put in their playoff run. I'm just saying right now, I'm not satisfied with the Sixers bench. You can't go from September to April and just say, yeah, but you only use 6-7 guys in April. There's a lot in between there where you need some more players, and I'm just convinced they need 1 or 2 more. All right, go ahead, Josh. What else?
Yeah, this one's about Jalen Hurts. Eric in Rhode Island says Jalen sounds more energetic in his tone at the podium. Is this part of the leadership that we've heard about this offseason?
I said it before. I don't – look, I don't think players are getting off the practice field and going, hey, let's listen to what Jalen has to say talking to the press. Like, I don't know.
He took the bull by the horns there with the first question. We knew we wanted to get into there. I mean, what we're going to see, I think, it's nice. I thought, again, I thought he did a good job at the presser.
Yeah, so did I.
So,
Absolutely.
if you want to chalk that up to leadership, sure. I just chalk it up to the guy knew what he had to do. He went out there, took care of the business they needed to. We got a few more T-shirt quotes, and we're good.
All right. We are good to go. Let me get to the phone lines because Tasty Cake Dom's been holding on a little bit. Tasty Cake Dom, what is happening, my brother?
Hey, Bob. How are you? Hey, Ray.
Good, buddy.
Bob, just a real quick thought on that last text. To speak to Boston's bench, Bob, I saw the Celtics play 10 times last year. Porzingis was a huge part of what they did. They won the championship without them. Without him, that certainly speaks to their bench.
Yeah, the notion of, like, get 5 guys and you're going to ride it through and all you need is a sprinkle here and there. I've watched enough 82-game seasons. You've watched enough. You just need a little bit more. Yeah. I just think the Sixers still need a player or 2 to add to this to make me comfortable. That's all. That's just me.
So I was listening to what you said. So I heard Daryl Morey yesterday in an interview, and the 2 things I wanted to tell you, Bob, is number one, he absolutely said he was looking to add a piece, and he even elaborated on it, saying that he was looking to add a piece with his specialty being he's looking for a rebounding guy. That's the piece that he wanted. He mentioned rebounding. He mentioned signing Andre Drummond, but he said he wants to continue to improve the rebounding aspect of their game.
I'm in total agreement with that.
Right. Secondly, the other thing that he said, and I wanted to hear how you took this. Here's how I heard it. They asked him about Kelly Oubre, and he said Kelly Oubre plays his best basketball playing alongside elite players. So I took that as far as that he would be starting.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
That's kind of the way I took that.
Yeah,
so that I wanted to just tell you that's what I took out of those 2 things Dal Morey said yesterday.
Yeah, and Dom, thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's definitely on the board right now. Is that Kelly Oubre is one of your starters? My only point was, how great would it be if you got 2 guys that you could rely on to start, much like they had with the Anthony Melton Oubre last year, that you could fluctuate and say, yeah, I want Oubre and Martin to give me starters minutes, 25, 30 a game. However, I am going to bring them off the benches as sparks. Great teams usually have really good guys that come off the bench and give you some kind of spark there off the bench. I just don't know that the Sixers have that right now. That's what I'm looking for, kind of there. You all right with that?
I'm all right with you wanting that. I just feel like I'm pretty cool with where they're at right now.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, I'm very cool with where that. Let's not get like. I always want a little bit more, and right now I'm looking to get maybe just a little bit more. So that's where we're going. Yeah, Stan in Drexel Hill. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Stan?
Hey, what's going on, Bob? How you guys doing today?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. I kind of disagree with you, only from the standpoint, going off of what that texter said with Boston, I think they do kind of raise a good point. I get and I agree with what you're saying with the way Boston fit those guys into their system. But I think Boston's starting 5 was so good that you just plug, Pritchard next to Drew Holiday or next to Jaylen Brown with Derek White, and he just plays off of those guys. So, and I think Nick Nurse's system is very similar in the sense that there was a lot of games where we didn't have guys in there, and I'm watching Pat Bev go for 25, against Boston. I'm watching Mo Bamba hitting 4 threes in a game, and I'm not saying these guys are that great, but I'm saying when you're playing off of guys like Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and now Paul George, adding a guy like Caleb Martin and Oubre, if those guys are starting, you're going to see those guys playing with other bench guys and probably at least one of the stars. So I feel like it's
You
not
are,
as big as
and
a deal.
the stars that you're playing with Boston are 27-year-old Jason Tatum, 26-year-old Jalen Brown, like young guys that are going to be there. I don't know, and we know this from past, how often Joel Embiid, Paul George, and are they going to be as available as a Tatum and a Brown for those other guys to be with on the court a lot, you know?
And that's a very fair point, and that's why it's like I say I disagree with you, but I really do understand where you're coming from. For me personally, I've never really been the biggest fan, but I would bring back a guy like Covington to actually play that because of his spacing, you know, his familiarity. He has length. He's about 6'9" himself. I would rather him over Marcus Morris only because he's a little bit younger too. I know he has some injury history himself. I'm not sure how his knees are going right now.
Yeah, his knees are major concern. Yeah.
So I think we're on the same page, but I do think that they have enough star power and quality role players, maybe not bench pieces at the moment, but role players that they'll be fine until he makes another significant move, maybe like a Dorian Finney-Smith if he's available during that time.
Right, yeah, and that's exactly what I understand. Thanks so much. Much appreciated. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I just need another piece to make me feel comfortable. Like, you can look at the boss, Pritchard. All right, Pritchard gives them minutes. Hauser gives them minutes. They give them good. And Stan makes a good point about, like, they're on the floor and they just shove them in with a Tatum and a Jalen Brown. Tatum and Jalen Brown are pretty much there all the time. I don't know if we're going to be able to say that about Joel Embiid, about Paul George. Therefore, I would just feel more comfortable. I love what the Sixers have right now. I just want a little bit more.
I understand. And you're looking at the 82-game schedule. I think that's the difference between you and I.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at the 82-game schedule, which is right. They have to get through that before they get to a postseason. But I'm looking at what they've got in terms of the level that raises their... Like, when we get to November basketball, we'll be talking November basketball. When I'm looking at putting together a team in the offseason, I'm looking about raising your ceiling as a team in terms of competing with the best in the league. And that's why I think I'm a little more comfortable right now. I think you're probably right in the sense of what you're looking for the regular season and getting them to where they need to be. I'm thinking, okay, Boston's the 1 seed. You figure out your regular season, you get yourself where you need to be, and we'll check ball when we get to the postseason.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear. I was just looking. I was trying to look something up here as far as because people they put down Peyton Pritchard. And I understand it. Like you look at the guy and you're like, yeah, no way. But then it got to the playoffs and you're thinking, wow, they're not going to use him all that much. They're cutting down in the playoffs. Here's his minutes played. And yes, Boston had a lot of blowouts, but his minutes played were 24, 20, 25, 18, 27, 24, 20, 22, 26, 20. Like, he was used. So we can talk about, but they don't. Well, that's a good load of minutes that they're giving, one of their guys. I just think the Sixers need not a guy like him playing-wise, but a guy that you can trust that much to be on the floor. All right, when we get back, we're going to wrap all this up. I do want to tell you, however, before we go to break, that we're going to be back here. I got to tell you, that the 1 o'clock hour, it's brought to you by Ferguson HVAC Lyon Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for every heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. I've never seen anybody get so upset about an hourly sponsor as Ray has since Josh has been on the board over there. All right, when we get back, we are going to wrap it up, take you into the best show ever. Silvana is not here today. You're going to be graced by Tom Alvord producing, along with Ricky Batalico and Bill Colarulo. We'll be right back. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic. Welcome back as we close things up. Josh, thank you for having the heart out on the board for me before we even started. That never happens before, but, different times, different things going on here. So, all good times, yeah.
Well, Ray knows how to turn on his microphone, at least. I'll give him that.
He's good at that. He doesn't record things during the show usually. He waits until there's a break. But, there's just some little things that go on here and there. But, so, Ray, a lot of press conferences, a lot of talking we've been doing over the last couple of days to athletes, to coaches, to GMs, to presidents of operations, all of those things. You come at it today, you look at what happened with the Eagles, what they said. A lot of people talked, and we'll get more into it tomorrow because there's more people that came on. But, synopsis of first day of Eagles, anything major?
No, not much. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. There's a lot to look at from what they said, but I don't think there's a lot of sweeping statements to be made about this one. Like, there's things that we could read into and say, what they go into with that. But I think, again, looking at Seriani and Hurts, the relationship's going to be a big conversation there. There were a few, smaller things that stuck out to me from both of them and from Howie as well, but nothing crazy from day one. Everyone's excited for football.
Yeah.
I think more excited to turn the page.
Yeah, it's funny. I get more excited over when you said, Isaiah Rodgers is starting on the other side of Darius Slay as outside corner. Avonte Maddox was on the inside. Josh, you brought up, what was it? You brought up something that was going on the field also that we didn't mention.
Mekhi Becton vomiting?
Oh, you did mention that, yeah. What happened there?
Apparently, he had to get inserted into left guard today. He vomited 10 times, depending on where you get your news, and then said, hey, I'm good. Kept playing.
Oh, God.
That's.
I hope they moved to the other side of the field.
Nope. No, you play through that.
You play through that, yeah?
You play through that. That, I'll be honest with you. Steen, you better start stepping up here. Becton threw up 10 times and kept playing. I understand, Steen's right now, you're starting right guard. Becton's right now playing like a man on a mission.
He's playing on a man that needs Pepto, as if you ask me.
No. Day one winner, Mekhi Becton.
I mean, they're not even. I don't think they were running all that much. Hopefully, he has a virus because if he's getting sick like that over, I don't know, being overworked, this could be a problem.
No. Sirianni mentioned he had some conditioning to today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had said earlier today he was adding a little conditioning to it. So I'm sure. Hey, listen, you throw up 10 times, you stay out there on the field. Steen, I'm going to need to see more out of you.
Ray gives glowing grades to the guy that was puking all day.
That's it. You know what? That's a new feature of the midday show. At 1:50 every day, we'll do our training camp
of the week.
Training camp winner of the day.
Yeah. So
from what's been tweeted out by the Beats today, Mekhi Becton, for your toughness, you are the training camp winner of the day.
So they started out with Steen at right guard today. At left guard, did Becton start out at left guard or did he go in?
Because
Landon Dickerson hurt his toe. Came into today with some kind of a toe problem. Seemed all right doing the slip and slide the other day, so I don't know if maybe, he stepped on a sprinkler head or something like that, but he was out a little bit today. Did we have any more news defensively of what was going on?
James Bradbury news?
Oh, that's what it was. That's what I was thinking of. Bradbury was playing backup safety?
Yeah, apparently he's playing safety with the second team today.
Yeah. I mean, can you say sorry you're not going to be on the team without saying sorry you're not going to be on the team any more than that?
He offers you versatility.
Uh-huh.
If you trade
He's going to
for him
offer some other team versatility, I think.
If you trade for him, please.
If you what?
Trade for him, please.
Yeah, right? I mean, he can play anywhere.
He can play anywhere, just not for the Eagles.
Yeah, I think that ship has kind of sailed. So, Howie Roseman, just a little advice. I would give a little advice to Howie if I could. Don't try to make jokes when you're on the podium because and I'm speaking for the media members. I've been in situations where guys try to be funny and you're the media at a press conference and you have to give that obligatory head nod. Don't put them in that position, Howie, because I'm sorry. You're great at crunching numbers. You're really good at your job. I give you a very glowing grade as being general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. The comedic version, that can just kind of go away. That's all.
Philadelphia sports figure you would most like to do stand-up comedy?
Jordan Mailata might be one.
Oh, that's good.
Alec Boehm could be another. No? No, not Boehm. I meant Marsh. I meant Marsh.
Yeah.
I'll go Marsh there. If we pick one from each team.
I could see Boehm as the guy, like if this was a late night show, he could be the guy sitting on the couch while Marsh hosts.
Yeah.
I think he could play well off of Marsh.
I could see that. From the Sixers, I think I'd have to go probably Maxey.
I don't know. You give me Embiid, you could be unfiltered.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty smart, all that. He could throw in some different languages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Intrigued.
From the Flyers, probably Matvei Michkov because, I wouldn't understand a word he said, so he might be really funny.
I would love all the players to have a roast of Torts.
Oh.
It wouldn't work. I mean, that would just tank the entire season. But I would appreciate, I think we would get humor out of that.
Oh, yeah. I think almost everyone would get humor out of that except for one person.
Yeah, and that's why it would tank the season.
Yeah.
Oh, Keith Jones.
Oh, Keith Jones would be good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he'd be good.
Yeah, he'd be.
Speaking of which,
go ahead.
Keith Jones.
Yeah.
Spoke with our Kevin Cooney.
Our Kevin Cooney, my cousin.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And
He's
that
not really my cousin, by the way.
Be played for you tonight on The Fanatic at 8 o'clock.
Oh, cool. 8 o'clock, Kevin Cooney. He has an interview with Flyers president Keith Jones tonight, so look forward to that. We want to thank everybody for listening to us today. Don't forget, you have the best show ever. Coming up next, Ricky Batalico sitting in the big seat with Bill Colarulo. Tom Alvord will be producing. We will be back here tomorrow. Ray's going to go back to his producer's stance over there, and we will have Amy Fadul. Can't wait to talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Thanks for listening.